All right. Sweet. All right. Just
Alright, then sounds like we're good. Okay. So, been a couple weeks, but if you remember last session, I think we all remember the big thing was that dead people were coming back as ghosts, which was kind of a weird one.
Yep.
And the two big things that came from that is you met Coot's ex-wife and found out about her vendetta to bring back his freaking his mother so she can harass him. That was a thing.
yep.
And then the other thing you guys did, which was quite the surprise for me, is that you decided to try and make a Warforged body for one of the ghosts.
Yeah.
Which you did. You made a weirdly janky robot body with like a backwards elbow and everything, and you put Sombra's mom in it, and then you reincarnated her into a halfling with proper arms. So yeah. Yeah. She looks just like she did when she was alive, only, now she's like half as tall.
And probably gets hairy feet.
Yeah, slightly bigger feet.
Yeah.
But otherwise, she's normal. So there you go. That was the big stuff that happened last week. Nothing too crazy, just classic D&D kind of shit. So I'm gonna see you guys had a nice rest after dealing with Coot's ex-wife, who was just like Coot. And
Those two were made for each other. Too bad.
yes. And I'll say you had a nice rest. Everyone gets any spells they might have used back, charges on stuff, all that kind of stuff. And Kieran, when you wake up, things feel a bit weird.
Huh?
The plants feel tense. The animals too. Like they subconsciously feel something's weird.
That's not good.
Yeah. So that's and it's not just the ones located around your hermit hut. It's everyone, all of them. Like everywhere you go. They're all tense is the best way to describe it, I think. Like they all sense something's wrong and dangerous. Yeah, so that's what you woke up to. Everyone else, everything seems normal to you.
Okay.
So what are people gonna do when they get up in the morning? Gotta figure out where you guys are.
Carter is going to bury his face into Kanea's shoulder.
Uh-huh.
Sure.
First thing he wakes up.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah, buries his face in her shoulder. Yep.
Of course. They're all loud. You're probably gonna just like cuddle with them.
Uh-huh. Yep.
I heard.
Yeah.
Of course, we're in the same room. You hear what I hear.
Okay. Anyway, so, you guys, I guess Carter and Kane are lounging in bed. What's everybody else up to? Karen, what do you do when you wake up and you sense everything seems a bit off?
I think I'll do nature. Just to get an immediate feeling for my surroundings.
Okay, what 3 facts do you want?
I'm looking for oh. Definitely gonna be for fiends, undead influence from other planes of existence, and celestials, I guess.
Okay. Well, you definitely sense the influence of another plane. You sense the influence of not quite a fiend, it's not quite a celestial, something. from another plane. Really powerful. Kind of scary feeling. Okay. Yeah, you can sense their influence over kind of everything. It's weird. Everything seems to be tense, as if the animals and plants have sensed whatever this being is.
Do I get a sense for where that influence is in the forest?
Oh no, it's well beyond the forest, but it's so strong you can still feel it, even though you shouldn't be able to because it's way outside the range.
Mhm. That's bad.
Yep,
Yeah,
probably.
bad.
I'll definitely use our message rings to tell everyone something's not right. We need to meet up and talk. I could.
I don't think Carter and Kanea have message rings.
Nope. Someone's gonna have to go and fetch them.
I'm pretty sure the one that's with the message ring will just tell Jeeves to do it.
Okay, yeah.
Well, isn't that okay? Well, what I'll say is, you notice that when you look for Jeeves, you actually see him, and he's talking with a few people. As well, you see him talking with Breezy, Kern, and Sturge, but you also see Father Benjamin,
Oh.
and they're
Okay.
talking. And Craig. They're kind of talking in a hushed circle, and again, they look kind of nervous.
We're all seeing this?
We know something's going on too.
And
Sounds
they
like we
seem
have
to-
to have a meeting with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And you can notice they're definitely having a hushed but intense conversation.
Mhm. I assume we've probably gathered.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, and Craig will come up to Kieran and say, "You notice anything weird going on?"
Yes, very much so. Very dense forest and a very strong other planar influence.
And he says, "So you did see it. I thought you would."
Got me.
And he
Not
says,
good.
Sturge brought Benjamin here today because Benjamin said something's going on, and all the monks are seeing and feeling something weird going on with Key.
Looney?
Yeah, it's a good thing Cadence isn't here.
Looney?
Hmm?
I just got a message from Stefan. He says he's escaping from...
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently he told me a month ago, but of course I wouldn't remember because
did
he
he
told me a
message
month
you?
ago. I messaged him and asked if he was doing it, and he's like, "Yeah, I told you I was doing this." I was like, "When?" He's like, "A month ago," and it's like, "Yeah, you gotta remind me." Telling me a month ago is, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to remember that.
Okay. I guess it's just gonna be the one, two...
Yeah. Anyway, so
seven.
the monks can still use the key, but like, he's a very natural and powerful force. It's not just in monks; they can kind of sense it and feel it and everything, and it's kind of off slightly.
So they
Again, very
can't
noticeable.
use their key because of what's going on with the...
No, they can use it.
They can
It's
use it.
just the key in the world around them is slightly off and weird. Again,
so
like
their
it's being
key
slightly
isn't like
affected.
affected. It just feels off is all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they were just talking about trying to figure out what's going on, especially because it does seem to be some kind of powerful other planar being. So
You described as not quite celestial, not quite fiend.
yeah, that's what Crag got, which is, concerning.
Very concerning.
So
He says it definitely can't be. It can't be. It can't be with this feeling. It can't be. Who, because he definitely fiend.
Something else.
Something else. And this is when Breezy says she wouldn't normally ask, especially because it's dangerous, but she thinks she's got this feeling that it's required, so she's going to ask you to go get something.
What would that be?
Go get what?
A powerful divination magical item. She says it's something called the Orb of Clear Water. And she says the reason why she wouldn't normally ever ask you to go get it is this is not on the material plane.
Is it in the
Where is
plane of
it?
water?
It's in the plane of water.
Yeah.
Not what I expected.
Yeah. But she's pretty sure if she had her hands on that, she might be able to, figure out what the heck this thing is that causing everything to go off slightly.
You know where exactly in the plane of water it is?
She says she does not.
Mm.
But that she should be able to hopefully prepare something so you can look for it. Something to kind of give you a general direction to go anyway.
Okay.
She says, however, she's not sure how you're going to deal with the plane of water itself and the dangers in it. And that's one of the things they were discussing, is they're not sure how to provide a safe way to travel that plane to you.
Do we, get a day to do some preparations?
Honestly, she says, you'll have to take whatever time you need. But it's just going to have to be enough time, because if you go there unprepared, you might not come back, and that wouldn't do anyone any good, so...
I don't suppose that fancy cube that Silverfix seems to have would be able to get us there with no problems.
Get us there, fine. We just have to be able to survive.
Yeah.
I can go and do some research on the plane of water.
And, yeah, Jeeves says that's a good idea.
Could prepare a spell.
And none of their group has ever been there either.
But I mean, if this is a plane of water, then maybe like getting some, I don't know, potion of water breathing or any items that could allow us to breathe underwater could help too, just in case.
I could just prepare the spell.
Oh yeah, that too.
Well, how many people will that spell be able to affect? All of us, or?
Up to 10 willing creatures for a duration
Okay.
of 24 hours.
That means every 24 hours we need to hop back into the magical mansion.
Question is, so is this water, is it the like really, really big ocean that Corbel talked about, but way, way bigger?
Is the plane of water like completely underwater, or is there like any kind of land?
Does Shiva know anything about this?
So what they'll say is that it's almost completely underwater, minus a few bits on the edge, where it's next to one of the other planes, and there's a little bit of land, but it's almost exclusively underwater.
Okay. Well, good thing I know how to swim, otherwise that would be really bad.
I don't suppose Goldie can be modified to have, a underwater mode.
Not without some type of thing that gives it to him. And, they tell you they're not sure the safest way to travel, because the other thing they warn you about is this, they do know, is that the oceans of the plane of water are filled with all sorts of dangerous things.
Yeah, that sounds surprising.
Things you're familiar with, Zoggin and stuff like that, but, there's also bigger things that you're also slightly familiar with, like, I don't know, Krakens off the top of my head.
Krakens, those things.
Yeah. Some of you have flashbacks of specifically a Kraken shipwrecking you on an island.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Katie's getting PTSD flashbacks of the time she almost got eaten by that
Unfortunately.
sewer kraken.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And Carter is thinking about the giant gallery of baby kraken that's up in the
Okay.
Oh,
tree house.
Kraken.
Oh yeah, they have baby krakens. Over 300 krakens. So many.
Yes. A lot.
Okay. Well, I mean, if this is all we're gonna be talking about, I'm gonna go get that research done.
Then I will take a history check from you.
Can I use my researcher background on this too, by the way?
Yeah, well, I'll modify the DC a bit. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Make the check and we'll see what you get.
Okay, hopefully it's a good one. 15.
So I will say you find a book with information on some of the elemental planes, and one of the things it talks about is that in the plane of water, there are, as mentioned, there are creatures you're familiar with, you know, merfolk, Zog, and stuff like that. And while some of them have tribes and they live in underwater cities, so to speak, they're pretty hard to find because they're hidden. And while they might theoretically be safe for someone to go to, maybe not. And the other thing it talks about is the fact that because the plane is almost entirely underwater, it's very difficult to explore. Even if someone were to be able to breathe underwater, you know, because they naturally can or their magic is cast upon them, it doesn't generally help with the fact that moving underwater is very difficult for most creatures, and has a lot of disadvantages. So you might want to try and deal with something about that.
Okay, I'm gonna share this with everyone, what I've learned so far.
Yep.
You have something that can help us move underwater? Or most of you have something?
Well, I have a giant sea bass, and I also have a water wolf, and I also have a few other things on my belt that could potentially help us with moving around the seas, so long as we keep it tied to a boat or something. You know, some kind of carriage. So moving around is not too big of a problem as far as I see it. The bigger problem is, how are the rest of us going to feel more comfortable?
Good question.
See, I ask decent questions from time to time. I'm not always that stupid.
Yeah. Every now and again.
This is gonna sound stupid, but I'm gonna assume that fire spells aren't gonna be working under the plane of fire.
So yeah, I'll give you that one for free. Yeah, fire magic will not work. Period on that plane.
So yeah, if Cole turns into a dragon and use her fire breath, it's not gonna work.
Fuck.
I'd also ill-advise using lightning.
But you know what it would allow you to do? Swim real well. Have you seen the kind of reptiles swimming in the water with those really big wings?
Dragons don't have a swim speed.
I don't think no.
Some of them do, but definitely not red dragons.
I would imagine their swim speed is just average.
No, that's the same thing with anything that doesn't have a swim speed.
No, fair.
Here, I'll give you how it works with. Here, I'll post the rules on swimming just so people know, and underwater combat specifically.
Okay, thank you. Because I know swimming, if we don't have a swimming speed, it's still the same as our walking speed, right?
No. Nope.
Considered as difficult terrain.
Oh, right,
Nope.
right.
That's wrong. That's wrong too, actually. That's not at all right. Here are the rule. Here is swimming. You guys are familiar because I had a feeling you guys weren't. So
Character can swim for a full 8 hours per day, as each hour swimming a character. Oh.
or gain 1 level of exhaustion.
Okay, so I guess our best bet is like
And
have
the last
water
paragraph
breathing.
is the last paragraph's important too, by the way.
Swimming through deep water is similar to traveling through at high altitudes.
Pressure and cold temperature. Well, I mean, we're pretty much all cold resistant. We have equipment that allows us to be resistant to cold.
But that won't change the actual effects of the temperature.
It's
You won't
true.
take damage or anything, but you're still gonna be. So if you're going more than 100 feet, which you definitely will be, exhaustion will build up quickly. So you have to find a way around that. And then let me also put underwater combat for you guys in here.
Cole's gonna be swimming like a fucking alligator.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Be like,
You could try and get rings to swim.
There's rings of swimming.
Yeah, there are.
Looney, in terms of monster selection, will the fire toad or any of the other fire swimming creatures
I think
be?
they'd be vulnerable to water. I'm pretty sure they would be, right?
They would drown.
They would drown. Okay.
Yeah, so none of your fire Pokemon, I mean creatures.
Okay.
And here,
Well,
and here's underwater. Here's underwater combat for you guys.
Does
just so you
the
can
grassy
familiarize with-
need air?
Yes.
I
Okay.
mean, yeah. It's a
The
Literally
grassy
all your
does. Except for Nemo.
yeah. So
Yeah.
And Chubby and Bluey does also have a swim speed too. So, but
Yeah.
Bluey needs air.
Yeah.
So we have disadvantage. That's gonna be a
So
problem.
Nemo's gonna be up in front this time around.
This
I told you guys there's a reason I caught the giant fish.
Yeah, apparently.
my goodness.
is gonna
Yeah.
be a problem
Crab-
with our weapons.
Huh?
No, I mean with the if we're doing combat, this is gonna be a problem with our weapons.
So these are things that the Razy and Jeeves suggest you try and think of solutions for before you go. And if possible, they'll help you with anything they can.
Okay. So right now we have the means of breathing, we have the means of getting there. It's just and traveling. We're just gonna be using Nemo. Is that what I'm understanding?
Nemo and a wagon. We're just gonna strap a wagon to Nemo, and then everyone just holds on to the wagon.
A wagon! You know how hard that would be to pull underwater?
Do you know how much force a 25-foot salmon will produce? Just
Anyway, yeah,
with one
anyway.
stroke of...
Salmon, he's a sea eel.
Have you not seen like a freshwater salmon? They look like
He's a
that.
salmon snake. Whatever the hell that is. Anyway.
Try and make something a little bit more specialized in order to try.
Yeah.
If we could find a artisan who could do that.
Jeeves remembers you do have a specific item that would fit, I think, 2 people, if he remembers correctly, which he does because I do. You guys do have a apparatus of Qualish.
A what?
Hang on. As soon as I post this, it'll remind everyone. You have one of these guys.
When did we get that?
A long time ago.
Yeah, that was really early on.
Very long time ago.
Time ago.
So, what exactly
Oh, yeah,
is that?
The crab submarine.
It's a
It's a
crab
tiny-
submarine.
It is a crab submarine.
Oh,
It's 2 medium creatures.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we do have that. Is there a way to duplicate it?
No. Well, I mean, maybe you could find someone to make one, but these are made by, like, yeah. These are wondrous legendary items. They're not easy to replicate. Now, what I'll say is, at this point, Frag turns to Kieran and says, "You have the, the water stone, right?"
Yeah.
Yeah. And he says, "Remind me of what was going on when you found that. Where'd you find it?"
Oh, some village of tieflings that was loyal to some random demon who's loyal to the Flames Modius.
Mm-hmm.
You were using it to move
An island.
underwater.
Yeah.
Yeah, move an island around underwater.
And he says, "Don't you guys have any points at the ship on the lake? That's your ship, right?"
Oh, we have airship, yeah.
We also have a big old ship on the harbor.
Yeah, that's the
What
one he's
that one
pointing at.
Jimmy stole still?
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
you literally have your own ship in the lake right now.
Hey, yeah, we do. I forgot.
So what you're saying is we can use the ship, control it with the water stone.
He says maybe if Kieran is able to control it.
Do you want to test drive it first? The lake?
Oh, it's practice.
Voluntarily sinking your ship. Excellent.
Very pog. We could just buy another one. Or Jimmy could just steal another one.
He could steal another one.
I believe in his skills. He can do it.
I bet Jimmy could steal a whole lake.
I don't think even Jimmy could steal a lake.
We'll just have to watch and see.
Stealing geography, that's quite the task indeed.
I think he's up to it.
Okay. Anyway, alright, well then, Greg will go so he can watch you guys, Kieran specifically, try using the orb of the water one to, control and replicate what was done. Now, I'll say, even though she's not here, I remember specifically, Zildafix went out of her way to write down to copy down stuff about the magic circle they were using on the Waterstone to make that bubble of air. So I'll say, because you have that, I'm going to give you advantage on the check I'm about to require.
Okay.
So I'm going to take a nature check, and I'll give you advantage on it, because Zildafix's notes.
I mean, if all things go wrong, I could get Bluey just to, put a giant igloo on the thing.
Double
too.
20.
Yeah, I see that. Alright, so, I'm going to say with a dirty 20, that's enough to, especially because it's not nearly the size of the whole town, it's just the ship. So, yeah, you stick it in the center of the circle that you create, using the notes that Silverfix wrote down, and you put some magic into it, and then it activates, and poof, there's now a bubble around the ship. And I'll even say that you're able to, again, with thanks to Silverfix's notes, I'm going to say you're able to kind of figure out how to make it, like, sink or rise or whatever, move around. It's kind of weird. It's inverted and awkward.
Fucking inverted controls.
Yes, exactly. It's inverted. But you kind of got the hang of it enough.
Can't believe it's not tilt controls.
Yeah.
Well,
Alright, so there you go.
alright. Now we got our transportation.
And then you see Craig carrying over, and he tosses the apparatus of Koalish onto the ship. He says, in case you need it.
Cool.
And lands on it with a big thunk because it's a big heavy metal barrel.
I think that's basically everything covered. We have transportation. We have a way to not drown.
You have a means of
And-
teleporting there? Yeah.
Yeah, well, and Breezy at this point comes back, and she gives Kieran a scroll.
Oh, it's
And she says, "I just made this." And she says, "You're going to want to when you get there, you're going to want to try to picture this object that you've never seen before. As this. Think of the orb of clear water, and then read the spell, and hopefully it should give you a general direction to go.
You know what it looks like?
And she says, I have no idea what it looks like for sure, but from my understanding, it's an orb, and it's basically the size of a baseball. And she says, it's crystally clear, and yet it looks like it has water inside it. But, like, perfectly. Like, glass clear water. The only way you'd even notice it was in there is if you shook it.
Like that crystal clear water where it looks... You can see the bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can picture that.
And then she'll step back so that you guys can load up. And she tells you to be really careful because she has no idea what you're going to encounter.
Probably a lot of water elementals and such things. I think as long as we stay on the ship, we'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Surprise me.
And
Alright.
she really appreciates you going to get this, despite how dangerous it is.
And this is the first time we've recklessly gone somewhere extremely dangerous with even less prep that time.
And she says, well, hopefully this won't make a habit out of that.
Yeah, maybe. Probably.
All right. What's the current time of the day right now?
I'm going to say it's late afternoon.
So we can either go now or we could just wait for the next day.
Oh, I'm waiting. Make sure we're really ready.
Okay.
Alright then. You guys decide to wait till the next morning. When you guys get up, you're able to eat and whatever, and then gives everyone one last chance to, anyone who can, to adjust the spells they have prepared, if that's a thing that you do.
Can't use heat metal.
Yeah, my spells are gonna suck when.
No, you can
when we
still
get there.
use heat metal. You could still use heat metal
Yeah,
because
because it's just warming it up, right? I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure.
well, it's specifically about the fact it's metal, not using fire.
Okay.
It's just causing the metal to heat up. So if you wanted to use heat metal to create what is essentially an air bubble based in steam.
Wait, I just realized no lightning spells, right?
No.
Well advised at best.
Oh, Korth, I'm so sorry, dude.
That's what I said. My spells are gonna suck.
There's
Yeah,
of course mean arsenal, fireball, and
Lightning.
chain lightning.
Yeah.
Oh no.
He's got his poison ball at least, and his infestation.
Can infestation work underwater?
It's good. It's just bugs.
Swarm up. It's a
What's
swarm
gonna
of
do?
lobsters.
Swarm
Swarm of lobsters, yes.
Can
Oh
we
my God.
swarm them with lobsters and then eat
Yes.
the dead lobsters that are swatted away?
That's not how it works.
Yeah, I want lobsters.
Okay, so no fire, no lightning. All right, keep
Please
that.
no lightning.
Okay, no fire, no lightning. Keep
Bunch
that
of
in mind.
bullshit with this
Not-
fire thing.
Do not throw a toaster into the bathtub.
Does Wolfgang need air?
He's a water wolf.
Wolf is the part that
think
concerns me.
I'm gonna say the fact that he's got fins, he's probably got gills.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's fine, dude.
Okay.
Okay, ready.
Alright then. You guys board the ship and have the cube used, and a portal opens up to the plane of water, and in you go. And when you cross through the portal, and you're now, you can tell you're very, very deep underwater because it is pitch black outside of the bubble.
Goody.
Alright. Now that we're here, I'll use the scroll.
Yeah, we gotta try and figure out where we're going.
Alright, so when you use the scroll and you picture the description of this object and the name of the object in your head, and you use this scroll and you read the spell out, a very, very light, like small, just barely lit up little beam of light shoots from the front of the ship, giving you a general idea, and it curves off to the side, but you can follow that direction. So you got something.
Well, there's our lead. Let's go.
Alright, follow the beam.
Yeah. So now I will say though, off in the distance you can hear it. You can hear the occasional sound of something kind of roaring. Who knows what that could be? Because again,
We still
it
can't
is
see,
very
right?
dark. I will say those with dark vision can see,
Okay, cool.
but hang on. I believe underwater has different dark vision rules. Let me just check. Because I believe there is a slightly different...
You can swim beside this ship, no problem, right?
I would ill-advise that.
No, no.
We don't know
Probably
what's
not a good
what's
idea.
out there.
I said Nemo. A giant salmon.
Yeah, but what if you get snatched up by random whatever's out there?
You don't want that.
Yeah.
We don't
but-
know how big. We don't know how big the stuff out there is.
Yeah, so it is beyond. So what I will say is, there is those with dark vision can see the normal, but those without dark vision cannot even see 10 feet beyond the bubble. That's how dark it is. So, with dark vision, you guys can see your normal dark vision. So 60 for most of you, Sombra a little bit more.
I got 120 feet dark vision because that was
Oh yeah,
sick.
yours are the same then, 120.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to be lookout then.
Alright.
So
Keep an eye out for any type of Leviathan class entity.
I do have I do have the light cantrip if you guys want to see a bit more, but that could get us noticed.
yeah, so what I will say is, but right now by default there's no lights particularly on the ship illuminating it. If you want to try to add some lights to increase visibility, you will also make yourself more visible. I'll let you decide if that's what you want to do or not.
There's a reason things are bioluminescent. It's not to. It's to attract things.
Okay, so probably not worth the risk if.
Yes, we are not anglerfish.
Alright, cool. Okay, then Sombra and I can be on lookout then.
Okay, well then I will take perception checks from you.
Yeah. Damn it.
I don't have very good perception.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
then I will.
I don't know if this is worth my Tides of Chaos for this. Fuck it could be important. I'll use my Tides of Chaos, give myself advantage.
Alright.
Damn it.
Okay.
Yeah, I take it we don't see shit.
No. No.
You see a lot of water. And like I said, everyone still hears the occasional roar of some kind of larger creature out in the distance, but they sound decently far away. And I will say, with those perception checks, you do occasionally see, a school of fish here, something like that. Like you think you saw an octopus for a second, nothing particularly noteworthy with that 3 and 6 perception.
Jeez.
So you are kind of floating in or sailing along, I guess, in your little bubble,
Mm-hmm.
and then
That would be a great time to film the Great Sea from Wood Waker.
sure, yeah, that's a great suggestion for people who want to do that. Yeah, perfect thing. Now, what I'll say is that you all hear a little bit more. You hear the sound of a roar, and it sounds slightly louder.
Oh boy.
And I guess Carter and Kanea, you'll definitely hear this, and everyone else, you'll hear it if you let yourselves hear it, but telepathically, you hear a voice in your head.
Uh-oh.
Huh.
Do we all hear the voice, or does just
Well, so those who have rings of mind shielding, which is the rest, everyone but Carter and Kanea, you have the option of not hearing this.
But we do know it's being broadcast into our mind.
You definitely know something's there, but you can choose to ignore it.
Do I choose to ignore it or not?
I feel like we should probably listen to it
Does
just in case.
Cole actually have a mind shielding? Ring of mind shielding?
I don't know.
No, she wasn't there
don't
for
think
that,
so.
so she wouldn't know. You two, you automatically
Oh.
hear.
Elder brain.
Gonna-
Not, yeah, 'cause she wasn't there for the Elder Brain.
So, she'll listen to it.
Okay, so the
Uh-oh.
voice you hear in your head says, "Strange sight indeed. Potentially a snack. Who are you?
Mm-mm.
And why have you come into my territory?"
This isn't Oh wait, it's in mine. Never mind.
But yes, it is
Does one
in common.
Okay, so one does speak into the mind in common. Because I can.
Who wants to talk to this thing?
Can you hear us?
Oh, Lord Jesus, help us.
The voice here says back, "Of course I can hear you."
We are but mere travelers.
We seek a treasure that is found in this plane.
Wait, can Sombra communicate to the voice?
Anyone can, can't they?
Yep.
Okay.
If you let it read your mind anyway. And it says a treasure. Not a very worthy excuse for entering my territory.
Does anyone know exactly what it is we're looking for?
Yes, it's the orb.
Yes, the orb of clear water.
Do we know what we're looking for?
Look, it is really important. We just have to find treasure to help our home.
And I will say, those with dark vision of 120 feet now, you see a large number of gigantic tentacles enter your vision.
Oh, goody.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
So I guess at this point, yeah, Sombra and Shiva, you see those tentacles.
Are we still moving? Like, what's the boat doing right now?
The boat is still sailing. It is keeping up with the boat.
Oh,
So it's basically moving alongside
it's
us?
following
Yep.
us.
Tentacles look like.
They look like kraken tentacles.
Do they?
That's what I'm asking.
I mean, the tentacles. Tentacles all look the same.
No, they
I'm
do
gonna say,
not.
I'm gonna say, Sombra, you've seen enough krakens. You know what a kraken tentacle looks like.
Fine.
An octopus is very different from a squid.
Yeah, well, these are
And
kraken
cuttlefish is
tentacles.
also very different. Oh, good.
And
Anyway, do you
so,
know which direction the orb is in?
yeah, it's crossing right. It's actually basically crossing. But I mean, actually, I guess Shiva, you would know you're heading north right now, thanks
Yeah.
to your,
Keen mind. Yeah.
And is the orb north? Like, are we heading in the...
direction of the orb.
Direction
Yeah.
of the
Yeah,
orb.
it's
Yeah.
at north.
Alright, I'm gonna say... What we seek is still a ways ahead. We may very well leave your territory soon.
And it says the direction you're going goes further into my territory, right towards my very home.
Oh.
Huh.
Oh,
Whoops.
and you came into my territory without asking permission, offering anything in return for safe passage, and to be honest, you all look like bite-sized snacks.
Can we offer you something in terms of safe passage?
What?
Since
Yeah,
we
yeah.
What
didn't know?
can we
You
offer?
apologize for that.
Yeah, we couldn't see.
You're kind of desperate since there's some strange celestial fiend entity influencing our plane. We need the orb to figure out what it is.
And the Kraken says, none of that is my problem.
Yeah,
But if you
right.
offer something valuable enough, perhaps I will let you through. With a warning, not to repeat the mistake.
Like valuable as in sentimental valuable, or valuable like incredibly like rich in gold or something like that.
You have no idea what a Kraken considers valuable.
I got a talking talking trident. It sings
And the
sea shanties and tries to make you worship a sea god. I don't know if that's something.
And the Kraken says, I am a sea god.
It can get to worship you, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Do you like singing?
How am I supposed to know?
Oh, God.
Kraken. How am I supposed to know a kraken can be a sea god? I didn't know that.
Anything
have that
large enough
ball of-
considers
ball of
itself to be a
ice.
god. All nature is like that. Don't worry,
Alright.
you'll get the hang of that.
I have this ball of pure ice, elemental ice power. Just have, but never used.
It says that intrigues me. And you can see everyone with dark vision of 60 feet can now see those with 120 feet, you can see the Kraken in its full glory. Those with 60 feet of dark vision can see the tentacles now. As it gets closer and it says, hold it up, I wish to see it.
I'll hold it up.
And then, eventually the tentacles actually get close enough that everyone, even if you don't have dark vision, you can see the tentacles as they're now basically next to the ship. And then before long, the whole Kraken, you can see its big old face right next to the ship, peering down at the orb in Kieran's hand.
Carter waves at it enthusiastically.
Take
Please
it,
don't.
Carter. Stop it. No. I hold his hand so he doesn't wave.
Aww.
I know you mean well, but I don't want to piss it off.
And, eventually it looks at it and you can see it's really examining it, like it can see what it truly is. And eventually it says, I'll accept this gift. And it says, you may travel through my territory, but do so quickly, for I'm also quite hungry.
Alright,
Your
yep.
generosity. Let's be on our
Yeah,
way.
and one of the
Yeah.
tentacles reaches into the bubble and takes the ice orb, and it disappears in the darkness. And the Kraken says, like I said, be quick.
How fast can we go? How fast can we go on this thing?
Pretty quick.
Double speed, please.
Can we make this ship use a dash action?
I will say, yeah, you can make it quick. Now,
Okay.
what I'll say is, I do want another set of perception checks as you see that I'll say, Shiva and Sombra, you can see the Kraken keeping about 110 feet away from you, all the way until at some point it stops, presumably when you leave its territory.
Okay. Perception.
Yeah, so I'll take a new perception from you guys.
Passive
A bit
19.
better. No, it has to be me and Sombra because we have the better dark vision.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Carter is a human with no dark vision.
This is true.
You can't see shit.
He's just gonna cuddle up with Kania and enjoy the sights.
Of water.
Hey, this is not. This is good. It's essentially a wallless submarine. Can you imagine what that would actually look like?
Uh-huh.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Actually, technically, since Kanea has that belt, I mean, she has 60 feet dark vision now.
Uh-huh.
So, like, she can
Yep.
probably see some things.
A little bit. You can
Yeah.
see a little bit, yeah.
It's
Alright,
just
so
swimming
that's
by.
pretty good with Sombra's 15. That's a lot better.
I did roll
And-
16.
Yeah. So, alright. So, Sombra, you see a school of particularly... Well, I'm gonna just say it. They look really tasty fish.
Uh-huh.
They're pretty big. About 3 feet long. And there's like tens of thousands of them swimming around the boat.
Hey, Sombra.
Like, how close? Around the boat.
Yeah, about I'm gonna say 90 feet away.
You think you can probably catch some of that with your lightning?
No!
Please
I'd
don't.
rather not.
No! We talked about
We're in a
this,
vehicle
Carter.
underwater.
We're not in the water. We are in a giant air bubble on top of the ship.
And the ship is mechanical.
The
Not gonna
ship is...
taste the whole water.
Carter, no. No. Do you want to be in the carrier again?
It's on
a plane.
That sounds like a good time to him, though.
Fine. Okay, you keep... Carter, you keep this up, you get the gag, okay? Don't.
Okay, what are they doing? What are they doing?
I mean,
Well,
the
they
fish
seem to
is
be-
still swimming by.
Yeah, they seem to be swimming around the ship, and now over time they're getting a little bit closer, and you're getting a better look at them, and they're bigger than you thought they were. They're closer to 6 feet.
Neat.
And
Do
then,
they seem in any way hostile?
no, in fact, as you watch, they get closer and closer, and then you watch as they go up to the side of the ship, and it looks like they're trying to eat stuff off the ship, only there's nothing to eat on the ship.
Uh-huh.
Can we eat one? Please.
And I will
Are
say
these-
at this point, Kieran, you can hear them because they're fish and they're speaking quite loudly because there's so many, talking about how there's no food on this whale.
Oh, oh, it's those kind of fish.
Yes, it's
Hey.
those kind of fish.
Oi, this isn't a fucking whale.
And
This
one
is
of them
wood.
says, "What do you mean you're not a whale?"
This is a thing made of wood. I know it doesn't
One of the-
exist on this plane.
Yeah, one
Right.
of them says, "What's wood?"
It's material that's not edible. You can't eat it. It's if you eat it, you're gonna cut up your insides. It's very sharp when broken.
One of them says, "So there's no food here?" And then you just hear a cacophony of no food, and you hear just like a ah, and the whole swarm of fish starts to swim away.
Uh-huh.
Okay, bye.
God damn.
That's really pretty.
Well, that happened.
Yes, some fish.
Mhm.
As you might guess, fish aren't exactly
Smart?
smart. No,
Oh.
some are
Wha-
smart,
Well, to be fair,
but not those ones.
the fact that they probably wouldn't see anything like this around here, it makes sense. I mean,
That's true.
you see a weird thing in the forest, you probably wonder, does that have food on it?
I
Oh no, probably a ranger thing. You know,
I don't think
Keith
so.
would get me. Keith understands this problem
Do you just eat random things you find in the forest?
sometimes.
How have you been poisoned before?
Sometimes.
All right.
You're having flashbacks of all your training with Abigail and how many times she lectured you for
Oh
eating
my
things you
God.
shouldn't have eaten, and how many times she had to cure you of poison.
Yeah.
Carter, sweetie, are you serious? Like, I may have lived the mountains entire life, but even I don't do that.
Sometimes.
I'm pretty sure we're evolved to find the poisonous plants not tasty. So
Yeah.
what? What?
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. Let's drop the subject. Let's keep going.
Oh my god. I can't believe you had oh.
It's funny.
It It is a little funny.
It is. It is.
Yeah. Everyone just learned how Carter shouldn't probably be alive.
Oh no, Jess, where'd you go?
Maybe her phone thing. Or internet.
Could be dead.
Shit.
Hopefully she'll be back.
Okay.
But anyway, alright, so you guys keep going, and at this point, everyone can see. You swear for just like you hear the sound of thunder. Like, that would come from like a lightning strike. Only, you're underwater, and then you see a flash of light, like a lightning bolt, zip through the water in the distance.
Well, that doesn't look promising.
No, it doesn't.
And it causes a moment of illumination where you thought you saw something, but hard to tell for sure. And then there's another one, another flash, and then another flash, and then another one, as there's more and more, and you almost see what you swear were clouds, if the fact that you were underwater. And you seem to have encountered,
Giant?
you've encountered an underwater lightning storm.
Oh.
Do you
We
guys
really have
want
enough-
me to,
What?
put up a barrier so that we don't get struck on it?
Yeah, as you see, the storm is getting bigger, and it's all around you, as the entire ship starts to shake.
Oh boy.
Can we,
I could
do
do
we see
something.
it ending anywhere outside, or is it like kind of all around us?
It's all around you.
I think I could do something here, maybe, probably.
No one's got control, like an elemental that can control lightning, can't do they?
No, what I'm gonna do. This is technically a weather phenomenon, right?
Yeah,
Sure looks like it.
As odd as it is. I could do my one a day of that.
Okay. Okay,
Take the-
so
Take the 10 minutes.
Kieran,
to try and get rid
Kieran spends 10 minutes while you're getting tossed, like shaken around in this lightning storm, trying to cast Control Weather.
God damn.
try and get rid of it. Or at least part it so it's not hitting us.
Yeah, so I'll say after 10 minutes of being battered around by these lightning strikes that are seemingly striking nothing but causing a lot of shaking in the water, and the waves, it feels very choppy around you as the boat's getting tossed around, and I will say I will take one concentration check to try and while you're casting this spell to not drop it. So,
Alright.
and if everyone else, I want a dexterity save to not be knocked over.
Concentration. That's Constitution saving throw, right?
That'll do.
What's with my rolls?
DC, if you roll below a 10 on your dex save, you get tossed to the floor.
That was a
We're all
17.
rolling decks?
No, well, no, that's a dex save, but for your Constitution save, your con save, you're fine. You're able to get
Alright.
the spell. So we'll just see. So far, Carter
Carter's
gets
on the
flung
floor.
to the floor. And so is Shiva.
Damn it.
And what about Kanea?
If I recall, I got danger sense, so that should give me advantage on deck saves, right?
I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, let me just God damn, what is going
That's-
on today?
A 10 will beat it, though. You need it so you beat it.
Oh, okay.
Damn, I was hoping to fall on Kanea.
Oh, actually, I'm reading Danger Sense. It has effects on against effects you can see. Does this count as that?
Yes.
Such as traps and spells.
You can see the lightning around, so she knows that turbulence might happen.
I'm pretty sure she can notice the boat getting fucked up.
Yeah, I'll say yeah. I'll let you have your advantage. Yeah. So you made it. So Carter and Shiva, you get knocked to the floor. You guys get a couple bruises because ouch.
Ow.
And then everyone else is fine. And then Kieran's able to make the save work. So he finishes the casting of Control Weather and makes it go away. And it calms down around you. Oh, actually, it takes. Hang on, let me check how long it actually takes. It take. What? That didn't roll right. Okay, so apparently it can't. Yeah, I guess it just didn't do the times 10. So it takes 10 minutes to go away.
Alright.
So to fish, 10 minutes after the casting is finished, the new conditions take effect. So you've ended the storm around you. Actually, when you change it, find the current condition on the following tables and change it up by 1 or down by 1.
Is this
Yeah,
wind?
Yeah, it's basically the equivalent of wind, yeah.
Alright, so once the storm is really over, I'm just gonna help Shiva up.
Thank you. And then she hears Devil Shiva telling him to like slap Sombra's butt. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Sorry, it's Devil me talking. Never mind.
So you all learned that apparently it can storm underwater in the plane of water. Who knew? None of you.
Apparently not.
Now you know. Yeah, Shiva, you think about the fact that that book you read had nothing about underwater storms.
I don't think people were able to catch that and survive. I think we're the first
Possibly.
ones. Let's write this down. There are such
Yeah.
things as thunderstorms in the water plane. Be careful. They cause turbulence.
Alright, they're not gonna understand the turbulence thing.
I don't even think that word exists.
Anything that has been flying through the air will experience turbulence. I'm fairly certain that our airships have gone through turbulence. So they would have had some experience with it.
Alright, but they wouldn't understand why there's turbulence in the water plane. Even
Yeah,
if there's a thunderstorm.
yeah.
Because they probably don't know how we're traveling. So probably want to specify that. If you're traveling on a ship.
If you're traveling in a ship
Which no one else can do because they don't have the stone that you have.
No.
or any other kind of craft,
Like a submarine.
like a submarine or a giant fish.
Alright. Well, anyway, so the storm has passed, and it's once again calm, and also very, very dark. But I will say, everyone, you start to see all around you, and more as you continue, jellyfish. And you can see them because they glow in the dark, quite brightly.
Ooh.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, pretty.
It is very pretty. And you also notice some gargantuan turtles eating said jellyfish.
Took a life.
Yep.
I
And-
kind of want to try some.
Oh god.
You want to try some jellyfish?
You can't eat jellyfish. They don't have anything of value. They'll sting you. They have stingers, you know?
But they're made of jelly.
What?
Alright,
That is
that's
not how that
it.
works.
Alright, that's it. You're getting gag.
In actuality, Chinese people
You're
do...
getting... Carter? No, you're getting gag. Come on.
Above table, Chinese people do eat jellyfish.
Okay. That's interesting. That's an interesting choice. I don't think jellyfish tastes like anything.
Of course, you gotta put like some salt and a little bit of seasoning on it, but you know the
I'm
texture.
gonna assume it's gonna taste like the sauce.
It's more about the texture more than anything else, really.
I was gonna. Anyway, so you see these jellyfish, you see some turtles eating, and then you hear another loud roar, but a different kind of roar from the last loud roar you heard, which was the kraken.
Another kraken?
Not a kraken this time, though. And I will say, you see one swooping by, scooping up a ton of jellyfish, and accidentally one or two of the turtles, and you see a dragon turtle munching and eating those things in huge quantity. And it does pull up beside you, and you can see it looking at you with one of its eyes.
We're not food.
Hello. Good day.
And then you hear, and you hear jellyfish stuck in the throat. Hate when that happens. And you hear it say, "So what the heck are you?"
Is this
We are
People
criminals.
from the
like-
material.
telepathy, or is this just something that?
It says it first in Aquan. Does anyone speak Aquan?
I got the helm, I can understand it, but I can't speak it.
And then when it doesn't get a response, it switches to Draconic. Anyone speak Draconic?
Hey, Ed, where are you?
Oh, Kanea speaks Draconic!
Oh, hey.
Alright then. So yeah, you hear it say in Draconic, "So, who are you? Or what are you, really?"
Definitely not food.
We are creatures from the material plane. Please.
You didn't look like jellyfish. I didn't think you were. And I've never seen whatever the heck you're on. And you can see it, like, moves one of its large, like, fins to tap it, which causes the whole boat to shake.
Ugh.
Uh,
Ugh.
Ooh. Does it dislodge the head gag?
No.
no.
Yeah.
No.
Damn.
No.
Sugar makes only the highest quality gags. It won't come loose.
Yes, this is bolt. You've probably never seen one like this before, and it's definitely not the, how you say, edible.
Mm-hmm.
We're just here
And
to
he's-
find the treasure to help our home.
And he says, "Oh, I got treasure. What kind of treasure?"
Orb of clear water.
And he says, "No, I don't have anything like that."
Should we ask if what he has? It could be useful.
Carter is nodding.
What do you have? And question, what is catch? Like, what do you need? Like a trade or anything like that?
He says, "It depends. Sometimes I trade for stuff. Sometimes I trade for stories." He says, when you've been along as I have, life gets boring.
Carter raises his hand to request to share stories.
Can't even understand it.
You can't understand. Yeah, because only.
I'm sure Kanea's translating, right?
Yeah, I'm translating.
I'm sure Carter has some stupid stories you could tell.
Wait. So hang on, just to double check. Is he asking us for a story in exchange for treasure?
Yep.
I mean, as long as the story isn't too long, I guess that. Yeah,
I'm
good.
sure we have lots of stories.
Oh, yeah, definitely. The question is, what kind of story?
Carter raises his hand again.
No.
I don't know. What type of stories does he like?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him.
He says anything really, as long as it's exciting.
What about the time we fought in that plane of fire? That could be something.
I mean, we could tell him about the lava lake.
Yeah.
How there were giant snakes coming out of the fire, and
Alright. So Kanea is gonna tell them the story of the great battle that we had at the at the lava lake
With the slod.
with that slod.
And how we trapped it in ice.
Wasn't
So
trapped in ice?
I glued him. That stalled us for like 2 rounds for us to prepare.
Did that happen?
Yeah. I dumped an igloo on top of him and it stalled him. In
Yeah,
his...
but that melted.
Yeah, it still stalled him for like 2 rounds.
It stalled him for a little bit.
Just for a little.
Enough for us to stabilize.
Okay, I'll mention about the igloo.
Okay, so as you're telling this story, you hear him be like, "Oh, I don't know what that is. Ooh, I've never heard of that either." And the whole story, he's like, "Wow, that was filled with all sorts of stuff. I have no idea what you were talking about."
I'll try to describe what they
Carter is just gonna let Bluey out of the ball and let Bluey on the deck create a ball of ice out around, like just off the ship in the water. So it's just a 30-foot igloo ball just starting to float up in front of him.
Which you watch as you watch the dragon turtle actually pick it up and start munching on it.
Oh, that is cold. Okay. How's it taste?
And he says, "Oh, it's kind of nice."
Oh, there you go. Nice snack for you.
And so, as you're telling this tale, you can see him, he's just swimming along, enjoying the story, asking questions about a lot of stuff he's never heard of, like what the heck lava is, and what a slot is, and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, we can usually explain that to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then when he's done, he says, "Well, that was interesting." He says, "Yeah, that's worthy of a reward. That was a good story."
Oh, nice. So what's the reward?
He says,
As Kaneo's like bouncing up and down with Carter still in the carriage.
and he says, "Well, I don't know. What kind of reward do you want?"
That's a good question.
What do you have to offer?
He says, "Oh, all sorts of stuff." And he says, stuff I find floating around in the water." And he says, "Mortals like you sometimes come here, and they, don't usually live very long. They don't have whatever." And he says, "What'd you say it was?" And he taps the boat again. He's like, "One of these."
Yeah, the boat. It's boat.
Yeah. He says, "I don't usually have one of these."
Yeah.
I mean, we could always ask for a weapon, a spell book.
Why don't we look at what he has first, or whatever?
He says, "So if you want to come take a look," he says, "you'll need to come not the way you're going. And he says, "You'll have to follow me this way." And he turns around. He says, "The speed we're moving, it'll take about an hour to get there."
I think we have
Yeah, that's
time.
fine.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, we'll
fine.
follow him.
Yeah,
We can take an hour detour. It's...
All right.
We could even give him a bit more stories while we travel for the hour.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, so he'll happily ask for more stories, and you guys tell him more stuff. And then, as you're doing it, you come across a giant crevice. Like you see an actual chunk of like underwater land. You see it's almost like a floating underwater island kind of thing, and it's like there's a giant crack in it. It's huge, and you see the turtle just swim right into it and lead you in there. And then when you get in there, you see there's actually a small pocket of air on the inside.
Oh, nice.
And you see him actually crawl out of the water and just up onto the land, the little kind of cave on the inside, and you guys are able to kind of move the ship to be there along the side, and you can see all around you. You're inside in this lake. You can see treasure everywhere around you.
Wow.
Ooh.
Cool.
And he says, "Take your pick."
Can
All
we
right,
each get a
do we-
pick, or just only one pick?
He says, you guys can take whatever you want. You guys can each take something. He doesn't care.
Ooh, nice.
Okay, do we have to do a check to see what we find, or?
We're gonna roll have everyone roll a D100, and I'll tell you what you get.
Alright, cool.
Watch it be a wishblade somewhere.
Oh, God.
I bet there is one in here somewhere.
Whoa!
Very funny.
100!
What the fuck?
Very Paul.
I just have to figure out what the heck I did with... where's my roll table that I have? There it is. That's what I'm looking
Okay.
for. Okay.
All right. Just waiting on Emo for his D100.
I'll give him a minute. I think he wants to.
Oh, okay. You did roll it twice. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So we'll start with, I guess, Carter.
It's got to be something good.
Watch it be something he can't use, like a weapon.
That's fine. We got a diverse cast here. Figure it out.
That'd be funny.
All right, so Carter, you get a huge. It is a weapon. It's a greatsword. It's huge,
Hey, Kanea! Look what I found!
and it has intricate carvings of dragon turtles all along the blade.
Oh, that looks so cool.
Hey, Kanea! Check this out. And he just points at it since he can't actually lift it up.
Ah,
Oh wait, you're gagged though.
I would have taken the gag off just to shout it out.
Okay.
Just to get her, just get your attention.
okay. So yeah.
And then we'll put it back on afterwards.
And the dragon turtle says, "Oh yes." He says, "You know, that was made by a merfolk who worshipped me a long time ago." He says, "I can't quite remember what it does." He says, "But I know it does something." And he said, and you can see him like tapping the side of his head with his large fin. He's like, "What does it do again?" And then he says something about mimicking my blessing, but I don't remember. And he says, "Sorry, I can't remember what it does."
The dragon turtle is God?
He says, "I'm not really a god, but I do have a blessing of the ocean kind of thing."
Ooh.
Oh,
That's cool.
fascinating.
I'll use my Eldritch Sight to see what kind of magic it's coming from.
Let me think. I guess it's gonna have. Hang on, let me see. It would have. It'll have. Hang on. The magic it'll have coming off of it. It's gonna have evocation and
So it's all
abjuration and enchantment.
Ooh.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Those sound pretty good.
You also identify it later, but anyway, so
Yeah,
there
we
you
can
go.
identify it later. Oh,
And then-
thank you, sweetie. This is a lovely gift.
Okay, and then
He pecks you with the gag.
I guess
and oh yeah, so Shiva, you find a little cloth bag.
a cloth bag.
Yeah, and inside are little tiny cubes. They're about the size of an ice cube,
Okay.
but they're not cold.
Cloth
They seem to be. They're not made of ice at all. They're that shape and size.
cubes. Okay.
And the
Those-
turtle says, "Oh, I remember what those are." And he says, "Those I remember." And he says, "Not that I've ever used them because I don't understand what it means." And supposedly those are a beach day in a bag, whatever the hell that is.
Beach day in a bag.
Sounds very confusing.
Yep. He has no idea what it does.
If I question, is this like a cube you throw and it's like, oh, it's sunny like a beach, or it just summons a beach?
You have no idea.
Okay, I have no idea. Oh, this is cool.
Kanea got an 89. Oh, so Kanea, you got a weapon too. You found this. I'm gonna say is much easier to figure out what it is,
Okay.
and it's a frost brand.
What?
A frost brand.
An ice sword.
Yeah, an ice sword.
Ooh, this.
Pretty sure that I can put a picture of what this one is. Hopefully, maybe. Let's see if I have a picture of what. Yeah, I do. Hang on.
Cool new weapons. This is awesome.
The frost brand looks like this, except for the hilt has a dragon turtle head instead of what's there.
Oh, Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure she can use.
That's a long
Yeah.
sword.
Yeah, she can use it.
Okay. And then, let's see, what was the next one? Sombra's got a 55. So, Sombra, you might actually want this. You
Alright.
find a book.
What's written
And,
in it?
well, it says... it says Manual of Bodily Health.
And what's it written in?
I'm gonna say it's written in Elvish.
Okay. I can read
This is-
that.
Yeah. So... Yeah, and because I told you what it is, it's got the name of the book on it. So this is a book that if you spend 48 hours reading this sucker, it'll increase your con score by 2.
Huh. That is actually pretty useful.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're gonna need all the con you need. Yeah.
and
I mean,
then
my con is already +2, so that's going to be fairly good.
So it's gonna be +3. Haha.
Mhm. And okay, and then the next one you get,
For
It- yeah, and I'll post the picture, but not what it is. So you find a a wooden rod that looks like this.
Interesting.
Sorry, Looney, what was the book again?
The Manual of Bodily Health.
Okay.
So you get this rod, and then lastly, you find a cloak. Anthos finds a cloak, and this one again has stitched into it. It looks like, again, dragon turtles stitched all throughout it. So, what it does, who knows? I think that's everybody now.
Yep.
There you go. Again, he doesn't remember, the dragon turtle doesn't remember what that does either. He says, again, somebody gave it to him at one point, somebody that worshipped him. He can't really remember what it does.
No, that's alright. We could figure it out later.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, thank you so much for gifts. These are wonderful gifts.
He says, sure. I wasn't using them for anything anyway. I collect this stuff, mostly out of boredom. And you gave me some good stories, so, yeah.
Well, thank you very much again.
Yeah. Oh, he says, one last thing. The direction you're heading. I'd be careful if I were you.
Why, what's over there?
He says, well, if you're going directly where you were going, you're going to be passing through the territory of a dragon.
What kind dragon?
A mean one.
No, that's not.
Do you know the boundaries of his territory?
He says, sure, I can accompany you to where the boundary is, but if you're going in that direction, you're going to be going through there.
What if we just go around territory?
He says, I don't know exactly where you're going, but its territory is quite large.
Oh dear.
Have you heard of anything called the Orb of Clearwater?
He says, no, I don't think I've heard of anything like that. And he's scratching his head.
An orb of an orb of crystal clear water.
It
That you
says
wouldn't notice that there's water unless you shake it.
He says, no, I don't think I've ever heard of that. But I believe you that it's here.
Well, I guess we'll take our escort and keep going for now.
Alright.
Yep.
Yeah. And you see him slowly slide back into the water. And as you're going along, he starts chattering about all sorts of different things, his favorite kind of food, which are, as he mentioned, he loves jellyfish, and he tells you they're really good. And he asks you if you've ever eaten a jellyfish before.
Can't say I have.
Nope.
And he says, oh, that's a shame.
I am going to see whether or not Carter may or may not have.
Oh god.
You've never eaten a jellyfish.
Okay, fine.
Also, I found something that Joel might like. Just gonna post this in the D&D chat.
Oh.
That looks awesome. That looks awesome.
It does look awesome.
It does not. It looks cursed as shit.
Curse? Nah, man. That's freaking boss.
Ridiculous. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, so you're swimming along and he tells you the jellyfish are good, and he tells you if you get a chance you should really eat them. They're really good, especially when they're fresh and they're all wiggly. And he says, and the tingling sensation's really nice.
Mm-hmm.
And then as you swim for, again, about an hour to get back to where you were, and then about another hour beyond as he's just kind of chattering away, you notice he's kind of a chatterbox. You get to he says, here we are. The edge of my territory and the beginning of his. And you can see the direction you need to go is straight through this.
Mm.
And he says, if you keep going straight that way, you're going to cross right through the middle of his territory.
I get the feeling he might have this dragon might actually have what we're looking for.
Yeah.
He says, I would hope not, because then you'll have to deal with him. Like I said, you'll be lucky if you cross his territory and he doesn't see you.
Do you happen to know if he likes anything?
He says, well, he likes to eat meat.
Uh-huh.
And he likes to be left alone. And then you actually see him. You see him turn around and shift, and he tries to move one of his fins to kind of point at his shell on his back. And he says, "See this giant?" And you notice a giant chunk of his shell missing.
Oh, jeez.
He says he did that.
Oh.
Okay. I mean,
He says, all I can say is if you suddenly feel a powerful currents, that means he's nearby. He causes them by swimming around.
That sounds
Okay.
alright.
Can we possibly check to see if there's a way around the side of his territory to pass by?
Arthur, you're gagged.
Do we have to go straight through it?
Well, if you want to follow the direction, I mean, from what you can tell, because you went off route, you notice that it adjusted it. It still points to it. So if it's not in his territory, maybe you could go around it.
Let's see. Let's see.
I mean, we can try going around for a little bit.
How far does this territory go left and right?
He says a couple hundred nautical miles in each around. Pretty huge. He says perhaps you can try sailing around it and hope that whatever you need isn't in there.
Yeah.
He says, but I also can't accompany you any further. As much as I enjoy the company, because I do get rather bored, he says if you keep going around in either direction, you'll enter someone else's territory. And he points east, and he says, that way, there's a different dragon turtle. It's her territory.
If he as friendly as you.
He says she can be if she feels like it.
Oh, great.
You can say she and I have had some fun in the past, I suppose, but not in a long time.
Question.
And he says, the other direction is the territory of a kraken.
Yeah, I think we'll go east.
Yeah, well, with the siege.
I do have this spell, the enthrall spell. I don't know if that could help.
Not try that yet.
It's probably not going to work on these type of creatures.
That was worth a shot.
Carter pulls out his compass to see if it actually works.
What compass?
I'm not.
Like
No,
the compass?
I'm not
No.
casting the spell. I'm just telling
Oh.
you I have the spell.
Like a regular
I think he's
compass.
It does not work.
Okay, cool.
There's nothing here to make him work. Okay. So then, he says, well, if you see her, tell her I said hi, and that we should hang out again.
Okay.
And he kind of waves you off with a fin, and then you see him swim off, and then you see him turn direction slightly because you can see them as well. A swarm of jelly, like a school of jellyfish, and he immediately is like, "Oh, hang on," and you just see him swimming. You realize how much faster than he could swim than you guys are moving,
Mm-hmm.
because he actually moves quite quick. Yeah, as he's scooping jellyfish into his mouth.
Oh.
Yeah. Exactly. And you hear like slurping sounds too. As sometimes the one gets caught right on the edge of his beak, and you just hear like.
Okay, well, one last question before we head out. Then,
Sure.
what do we call you?
Oh, he says, I don't really have a name. Not that I can remember anyway. He says maybe my worshippers gave me one once. Hard to say. And you can tell her that, you can tell her the jellyfish lover says hi.
Fair enough.
It sounds like a little strange of a name.
What?
And then you just hear him go back to eating jellyfish, and you just hear like as he slurps them up. Almost like spaghetti.
Carter starts waving his arms around, trying to see if the rest of the crew wants to get moving.
Not that we gotta get moving. I don't think we have a choice.
Alright.
Can
Well,
Carter
then you-
figure out a way on navigating? Like using the direction of whatever light rays are in the water as a reference point of direction or something?
Well, as I said, you were going north before, and now that you've turned to go east, it is now pointing. It's still pointing north, but now it's coming off of the left side of the ship. The beam of light. So, even though you turned, it's still pointing at the same place. And as you sail forward, you notice that it's not changing much. So it's clearly really far away because it's taking a while for any movement to change it at all. I'm gonna say after sailing for like another hour, it's barely moved a couple inches where it's pointing to. So it's still pretty far away.
Okay.
Carter is trying to wave at people, trying to get their attention, trying to say something.
Okay, I'll remove gag just this once.
Thanks, honey. Have we ever figured out exactly how fast this boat moves?
No.
So how are we going to figure out how long we have to move for in order to reach the distance we want?
Till there's a change in the line.
I think the line just
Fine.
keeps pointing straight at whatever it is that we're trying to find.
Moved a little bit.
Yeah. So that angle. That angle might be like very, very, very far away.
Yes, it is far away.
So when do we start moving towards the light angle?
Are we deciding which way we're supposed to be going?
We're trying to figure out how far we can we have to go in order to try to avoid the dragon's territory.
You said a couple, what, like 100 nautical miles?
Uh-huh.
That's a lot.
So we'll be doing this for a while until
100 miles. I mean,
not normal miles, nautical miles.
is there a major difference
Yes.
There's a really big difference.
Yeah.
in meaning, but in terms of actual distance?
Yes.
Yes.
Do we know what that even means? Nautical miles?
It's 115 miles.
That's a lot. So
Each
Or
one
100
is
or
150 miles?
Yeah, or it's 185 kilometers.
so
Nautical mile is 1,852 meters.
So are we like so the best option would have to like keep following that light straight into that dragon's territory then. If we want to get there fast.
Well, have we determined if the light is moving like
Into the center.
around as we're moving around? I guess you could
A
say.
little. There's been a little bit of a change of direction, yeah, as you've been circling or going around the edge of its territory.
So we can just still keep circling around the territory and the light will
Yes.
still. Okay. Okay, yeah, we can do that then. Just circle around.
So
So-
can
so
we
point-
like do it in a way where the light is constantly perpendicular with where we're trying to head? That way we're basically making a giant circle around the territory.
How fast are we going, by the way? Just wanted to...
That's a good question. I'm gonna say 5 nautical miles an hour. I don't know.
Oh god, the name's so fucking slow. It's 5 miles an hour. 5.7 miles.
So a whole day.
It's gonna take a whole day, yeah.
Yeah.
Estimated.
So it's gonna take us a whole day to go around.
Yep.
Guess we're in it for the long haul.
Yeah.
Anyone has great food? Anyone grab one of those
Yeah.
paintings?
We have food. I'm pretty sure we would have packed up food.
We brought some with us.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, yeah, your ship was stocked with supplies and stuff. I will say, at this point, you've been at it for quite a while, and it is now mid-afternoon, and you probably do want to stop for... I mean, you don't have to actually stop, like, you just eat. I would say you guys are probably getting hungry.
We don't have to worry about fresh water. Wolfgang can actually create water.
Okay.
There you go. Fresh bowls of dog water for everyone. Sorry, I know that made it sound grosser than it
Yeah,
is.
it did.
Thank you.
I will say, yeah, you guys are able to, well, because the hands-off thing now that the magic is on it, as long as nobody moves the water stone, you're fine, and you can just kind of, yeah, let the ship go. And I will say, at this point, you are passing through another area with a lot of bioluminescent fish as you're sitting there eating. And you guys can see them swimming around here and there. And it does look really nice.
I'm just waiting. And then a giant fish eats them too, right?
I mean, you see occasionally fish eating some other fish, but every fish in this area is bioluminescent, actually.
Cool.
That makes sense considering it's.
Is there another dragon turtle?
And you haven't seen one yet.
And there it is. Nope. And there it is. Nope. Not that one.
Arthur, do you want to gag again? I know you're trying to be funny. I know you're trying to lighten the mood and all, but come on.
All right.
And, can everyone remind me what their passive perceptions are, plus what their dark vision is, just to make sure?
I have 60 feet of dark vision and a passive perception of 21.
Oh, that's pretty good. All right, well then you definitely see. You do see.
And then Ocelot is like a lot higher than mine. So
I know he's got a ridiculously high passive. I just don't remember if he's got dark vision or not.
I mean, my passive is only 9.
Do you have dark vision or no?
No.
He does not have dark vision.
Okay.
No dark vision, but 19 passive.
Kanea has 60 feet dark vision. Passive is 16. Question. Since Shiva has dark vision because Tiefling and Devil's Sight, do those dark visions stack?
They do not.
No.
Aw, man.
When you have dark vision, it's just whatever your greatest source of dark vision is, that's what you have.
Okay, well, she has 120 passive perception,
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, okay. So I will say that Anthos is the only one whose passive perception is high enough with dark vision to be able to see. So, at 60 feet away, Anthos, you see another dragon turtle swimming alongside the ship, very quietly.
Hey, yo.
Oh boy.
Hello?
Do you actually call out to the dragon turtle?
It's a different dragon turtle, right? So.
Yeah, it's a different one.
Good question. Sure, I'll call out to him.
We know it's
Okay.
a her. The other one said it was a her.
Okay. I'll call out to her.
Alright, and what do you say?
Dragon turtle.
How's it going? Oh.
Hey, you there. How's it going? Do you know if we're going in the right direction to stay away from the dragon's territory?
Now that you've called attention to her, she says, I thought I was being pretty stealthy. And you see her swim up closer, and you hear a voice, and you also, I will say at this point, everyone else notices that on the other side of her, you weren't able to see until they've swum around, are 3 much tinier dragon turtles.
Nice.
Hey, I told you that's where they were.
And you hear her say, yes, this is the way to avoid them. And she says, so, from the direction you're coming through, did you happen to meet a dragon turtle on your way here?
Matter of fact, we did.
Yeah, we did. She's
Wait,
speaking in
what language is she
Draconic?
speaking?
She is speaking in Draconic.
Okay, I'll translate.
Yes, I don't understand.
But after a minute, she switches to common. She does seem to understand it.
Oh, okay.
Huh. There you go.
Good.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah, we saw another one just over there a few hours ago.
And she
Dragon
says,
guy.
Really help.
yeah, she says, did he mention me?
Yes.
He did, actually, yes.
He said hi. Right, that's what he wanted us to say, right?
And he want to hang out again.
And she says, oh good, I haven't seen him in about 50 years.
Whoa, that's a lot.
And she says, not for us. She says, but boy do I have a surprise for him.
I bet.
Carter
he
points
can't
at the
wait.
little ones.
Oh.
Yeah, and she when she says that, she does kind of motion with her fins to the 3 littler ones.
Hmm.
Aw, they're so cute. Aw, they're so cute.
I would say that the dragon turtle, like the babies, are about the size of like an ogre. They're bigger than you guys, but for dragon turtles, they're quite small.
They look like the tiniest little dragon turtles.
Yeah,
And that's not still really big.
yeah.
And they don't have as many wrinkles. Look at them.
And she says, so, did he send you here to give me that message, or did he just give it in case I saw you?
Yes.
It was the...
Yes.
It is kind of a yes situation.
Yeah.
And she says, oh, so he did send you to see me. And you see her, if a dragon turtle could blush, you can see her blush.
Mhm.
And she says, "Oh, I suppose I'll just have to go visit him then."
I'm sure he'd like that.
Yeah.
And she says, "Oh, you can swim through my territory. I don't mind."
Oh,
And
thank
she
you.
says, "Yeah, you would be smart to keep doing what you're doing and avoid that nasty dragon. Real piece of work, that one."
That is what we're trying to do.
How much further is the dragon's territory anyway?
She says, "Oh, it circles for a long way." She says, "Basically all the way through my entire territory and then beyond mine."
Jeez.
How far
She
is
says,
the
but-
territory?
And she says, about 100 nautical miles long. She says, "But you don't have to worry. You can keep going around. Outside of my territory is the territory of a city of merfolk, and they're quite friendly. They won't care if you sail through it all. But if you're
Okay.
feeling like it, you could stop by their city and say hi. They love visitors. Either way, though, you're safe to keep going. Just avoid that dragon's territory. He tried to eat my children."
Yeah, he sounds like a piece of
Sounds
work.
very mean.
He sounds
says,
worse
yeah,
than that
oh,
pink
they-
dragon.
She says, "I don't know what a pink dragon is." She says, "But this dragon isn't pink."
Well, if this
I'm
is...
sure he's either blue or green.
Yeah.
She says he is blue, a very dark blue.
Ooh, that's not good.
Well, we will keep going for now. It was very nice meeting you.
She says, "Yes, thank you for passing the message along." And then she says, "Come along, children," and you see them start to swim in the direction you came from.
Do we hear the children?
You just hear them kind of growl or whatever, and it doesn't seem intelligible to you yet.
Okay.
Mm.
Alright, off we go.
And I'm gonna say you keep sailing all the way until evening, when it's time for you guys to, where it'd be time for you guys to rest. And this is where you're gonna need to decide if you're gonna stop moving or keep going and have people take watch. You're gonna have to make some determinations on this.
Who's piloting this thing?
Not Carter.
Technically,
Honestly-
I am.
Yeah, it's Kieran doing it. But unless he does anything, it'll just keep going in basically the same direction it's going.
We probably should have practiced other people controlling.
No one else can, actually.
Oh, okay.
Druid only magic,
Yep.
as it appears to be. Well, the way I see it, it's either we stop entertaining ourselves with merfolk and just have a little bit of break and then continue with our 8 hours of rest and travel, or
Well, you're still
It's
in the
different.
female dragon turtles territory.
Yeah,
at
and I
this
think
point.
we're gonna make it to the Merfolk City by the time we need a rest.
Yeah.
You're not. Now, you did get a permission to stay there, so presumably you should be safe. Maybe. You know that nothing big presumably would enter her territory.
But she's gonna be gone from her territory for a while, so it's probably best to keep watch just in case.
well, I mean, long rest generally, but we can get our proper rest with watches on. So essentially, this whole thing is just a whole like long rest as we are traveling, unless something hits, right?
Yeah, we could
Yeah.
just
It's pretty hands off. Even Kieran only has to occasionally adjust the heading a smidge.
Okay, then.
The stone is doing all the work, really.
Okay, so we can just long rest and then ship will be on autopilot, basically.
How many long rests can we pull from travel? Because I'll be essentially be making a bunch of ultra balls at that time too.
One rest a day.
Okay.
Alright, taking a long rest.
And are you taking watches?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have to
Okay.
do the dark vision, but yeah.
Although I think Carter and Kanea are likely going to be taking their patrol together.
That's fine. I just need to know because I'm going to need people to roll some dice for this.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
So how many watches are you guys gonna split it up into?
There's just 6 of us.
Yeah.
We can do 3 rounds. That's pretty easy.
Okay then.
Unless Kieran wants to solo a round.
I can't see.
He can't. Yeah, he can't see. So
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, pretty much the people who have the dark vision are the ones who are going to have to rotate the watches. So me and Shiva for 2, and then...
Kanea has a dark vision too, right?
no. Anthos and Kanea have dark vision.
I thought Kanea had dark vision.
She has the belt of dwarven kind because of the axe, and that gives her 60 feet dark vision.
Yeah, it's still dark vision.
Yeah.
Does that still count?
Yeah, that counts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That counts.
Yeah. It's just Carter's not going to be able to do the patrol on his own.
Okay, that's fine.
And yeah, the same with Kieran because they're humans and don't have dark vision.
Yeah, so they each would have to be with someone. So, okay, so Karen's with Anthos, and then Kanea's with Carter. Then.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. Well, then we'll do Kanea and Carter first. So while everyone else is resting,
Okay.
I'm gonna need perception checks from you guys. Carter, yours is at disadvantage.
Oh, that's my perception. You got
14.
That's pretty good.
Not horrible.
Hey.
Okay.
Woo.
So Carter, you don't see anything. It is
Except
pitch
for
out there
Kanea.
for you.
Of course.
Yeah, you see Kanea and you see everyone else sleeping and resting, but Kanea, you see a group of seals playing around in this area.
Oh, that's cool.
And you see them actually swim. They see you on the ship and they swim up close to the edge of the bubble and they look like they're goofing around and trying to get your attention.
Does Carter know them when they're trying to get?
I mean, they're
their
up close now.
Yeah, once they get up close, I will say that, Carter, you can see them. It's hard because again, they're not in the bubble. They're slightly out of it, and you don't have dark vision, so you can kind of just barely see them.
Can Carter use nature to notice if they have? Because typically seals actually do need air. So, can Carter use nature to figure out like how they are surviving without like a direct source of air?
Alright. It's pretty hard, though, because you can't see them very well.
17 nature.
I'm gonna say you would assume they have some way of breathing underwater, but you can't see anything, because you can't really get a good look at them.
Okay. Well, I wave hi to them.
Aren't they cute?
Oh, they're pretty
Yeah.
cute.
Yeah, they're playing around, and you get a feeling that they live around here somewhere.
Kind of wish I had a ball. Just, play fetch with them.
Really?
He's not going to try to catch him.
I mean, okay, but I mean, I'd say just let him be.
Yeah. They see them just kind of goofing around. Occasionally one of them goes and, like, eats a fish or whatever. And they seem to be chasing each other around, almost playing what looks like tag a bit.
Oh, that's cool.
But otherwise, it's an uneventful watch, other than that.
Alright.
And then we'll move to the next watch, which is our Shiva and Sombra. And
Wait, are we doing the watch together? I thought we were going to keep it separate so we can use our dark visions for different watches.
there's somebody with dark vision on every watch already.
Oh, is there? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, we're fine then.
Okay.
I will take perception checks from you guys both.
Yeah.
What's the... Okay, Shiva's rolling really low. What the hell?
Okay, I have a -1, but I'm still getting really good rolls.
I know!
You
what
sure
the
are.
I
hell?
have a -1, but I'm still getting really good.
Yikes. I don't know. I don't know what to say about your rolls.
Okay, so yeah, Sombra, you see that there's nothing particular crazy. Shiva, you really have trouble seeing anything, even with dark vision. Like, you're like, was that a fish? Like, you're having trouble seeing anything. Like, stuff is moving too quickly for you.
She's making that squinty-eyed face, like she's really concentrating. Like,
And Sombra, you keep seeing really unique looking fish, and you'll point one out, and then she will be like, "Where?" and she won't see it.
Mm,
But otherwise, pretty uneventful. Like I said, a couple schools of really weird looking fish with odd colors and shapes, and like some of them look like they almost have like flat faces. Like you know how fish are. They're weird looking.
Mm-hmm.
So, but otherwise, pretty uneventful. And your watch passes quietly.
I just cuddle Sombra since I can't even see anything.
Oh, better here.
No. Well, you guys have a nice little cuddle there, just sitting there watching the fish, or watching
Can't
where the
see
fish were.
fish.
Watching where the fish were.
I'm tempted to just summon Devil Me so I can get advantage on it. But no, I'm not gonna do it.
Okay. And then your watch will end, and the next watch will start, which is Kieran and Anthos. So perception checks, disadvantage for Kieran because he doesn't have dark vision.
Nice.
Oh wow, that's a really good perception roll. Yeah, those are both very good rolls. So, I will say that, Anthos, you see it well before anyone else does. You see, off in the distance, you see a draconic-looking face of the blue dragon staring at you from just inside his territory.
Oh shit.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
And you can see him sitting there watching you, not moving, just staring at you for a pretty extended period of time before eventually.
I'm just gonna stare at him too.
Right? So he sees you staring at him, and he shouts out in Draconic, which you don't understand. And
I don't know.
yeah, but he beckons you into his territory.
If he's like doing the back thing, I'm gonna go like, no.
And you can see he's just sitting there staring, and even when your watch ends and everyone wakes up, he's still just sitting there staring at you.
So we all see this?
No.
Right? Because he blends into the darkness, so you'll have to roll perception checks to see him. Even if Anthos tells you where he is very hard to spot.
I'm gonna tell them where he is. They just gotta look.
Alright, so anyone who has dark vision can have advantage on their perception check, and everyone else rolls it straight. So that's a straight roll for Carter, yeah.
Yep.
So you don't see it at all. 13's not gonna cut it, so you don't see it. 15, you don't see it.
God damn.
So wait, anyone with dark vision can see it?
Well, no, you gotta roll perception still, because like I said, he rolled a stealth.
Sorry, I
the
mean
dragon
anyone
rolled-
with dark vision has advantage?
Yeah.
You already rolled advantage.
Yeah, I'm rolling for Kanea though.
Nope.
No, she don't see it.
Okay, so you guys don't see it, but you're told by Anthos that dragon is there staring at you.
Maybe if we ignore it, it just swim away. You'll get bored.
No, I don't think. I mean, if this thing has been here for hours, I don't think it's gonna get bored anytime soon. We'll just keep going, void the thing.
Maybe if we gross it out.
How about no?
No, we're not. We're not, Carter. We're not going to piss it off. Piss him off. Sorry.
Yeah, but it's not like we're trying to directly assault him with our.
If we try to gross him out, he might get pissed because he thinks that we're insulting him. So let's not do that.
Let's hold a dragon.
We don't even know what kind of dragon it is. For all we know, that could be an ancient dragon.
I think it's safe to assume that it's the plate of water.
Yeah.
Many ancient things live here.
Maybe if we feed it full of lobster.
We don't have that much lobster.
Didn't we already agree that infested is essentially pestering things with lobster or crayfish? One of those two.
That would be like one bite to it, not even.
I'm guessing you guys want me to put the gag on him again.
I'm being silly.
Let's just keep moving around the territory.
Okay.
Yeah, and as you keep continuing around its territory, you see that it keeps pace with you, just inside its territory, staring at you.
So as we travel, what is the spell telling us about where this orb is?
It's continuing to move, and you get the feeling that it is outside. The orb is beyond its territory, so eventually you'll get around it and you'll be able to go around.
That's nice.
Good. Good.
Okay, good.
Good.
You're just gonna keep going. Gonna ignore it. Cause fuck that thing.
We'll go and visit the mirror people and then be on our way.
Wait, do we even want to visit them?
I think it'd be pretty
We
cool.
could.
We can ask them a few questions. See how they survived out here.
You might even know where the orb is.
Yeah, true. Also, Carter, they can survive here because they can breathe underwater.
Food.
Did
There's
you
lots of
not
food to
see
be
the
found around here.
Alright, that's it. You're getting gag. I gag him. He's gagged.
So we just keep traveling.
Yeah.
Alright. And you keep sailing in it. You sail for half a day before you leave the dragon turtle's territory and you enter the merfolk territory. And you can tell because for some reason there are floating signs in the water that tell you you're entering the territory of the merfolk.
Nice.
For
Written
some
in
odd
Auckland.
for some odd reason, in my mind, these road signs all have flashing light bulbs around the sign, like a Vegas.
Yeah, and it's not light bulbs, it's bioluminescent algae is smeared on the signs to make them light up so you can see them. Yeah, but there are signs, there are helpful signs telling you you've entered their territory, and that all are welcome. And then it says, underneath it says, except for you, you know who you are, and it's got a tiny, crudely drawn little dragon face on it. And as you keep, you sail into the merfolk territory, you can see you're starting to get slightly further from the edge of the dragon's territory, and you see him, he doesn't leave his own territory, he just stares at you and with an angry looking face.
Is he gonna try to yell at us again?
Yeah, you hear him roar out in Draconic that you better be careful or he's gonna get you.
That's an asshole.
I don't have a reason to go there, so whatever.
So there you go. Alright. So there are very helpful signs giving the exact direction you need to go to get to the merfolk city. It's a little out of your way, but it's not even all that out of the way as you're still going around the dragon territory. And
So, the plan is, if they don't speak common, we just pass by. But if we do, then we go and have a small little bit of just seeing what the local attraction's like. And then we continue on. How does that sound?
Okay. Wait, you're gagged. No, you're not. You're not copying. I am so sorry.
okay.
Alright, do we want to stop by?
Yes.
Well, we're gonna follow those signs.
Yeah.
Alright. You follow the signs and turn slightly out of your way. Not a huge detour. It's just a couple hours before you see off in the distance. Everyone can see it well before you reach it. You can see because it's extremely brightly lit. A floating underwater city.
Cool.
And as you get closer, you can see that they seem to have again similar to where there was somehow a floating underwater land. There's just large floating rocks, what looks like crops growing on them. Plants you guys have never seen, but fields of these almost like seaweed-like plants.
Ooh.
And you see the city itself. Doesn't look like there's any air in it though. out. It's all open into the water and stuff. And when you get closer, you see merfolk swim up to the ship, and some of them wave to you, and like one of them actually swims right up into the bubble and hops through the bubble onto the ship, and says in common, "Oh, welcome, travelers."
Hello. Wait, what
Hello.
language?
What language is it speaking in?
Common.
Oh, okay.
As he's
And-
waving.
I removed the gag.
Hello
Yeah,
there.
And so she says, welcome travelers. We've never seen a boat underwater like this.
Ah,
really
you know what a
interesting.
boat is.
She says,
Not
oh
many
yes.
creatures here know what a boat is.
She says, no, most wouldn't, but our people from time to
That's what a
time
boat is.
go to the material plane, so we've seen boats.
Hey,
Never seen one underwater like this, though. And she says, how did you do it? You've got air under here.
magic.
And she says, oh, huh.
A druid did it.
I'm the druid.
She says, well, that is the nature of things. And she does see the stone, the water stone, and she says, ah, now I understand. That feels like home right there.
Yes. That's what
And
allowing
she's-
me to do this.
And she says, that makes a lot of sense. Feels very nice to be in this bubble, even though there's no water here. And you can kind of see her just like relax and sit on the railing of the ship inside the bubble.
Alright.
And she says, I'm sure everyone will be quite excited to see you. And she says, do you have a way of breathing underwater, by any chance?
Yes.
I
Not
have
easily.
spell.
He says, oh, excellent, okay. If need be, I was sent here to cast the spell on you, but it seems you have it covered.
Alright then.
And
Let's
she's-
go visit.
And she says, yes, and she gives you directions. She says, if you go, and she basically has you turn around, and you can see, not quite a dock, but like an area where she says you should be able to stop your ship here, and then she points, like, there's, almost like, not quite a path, but it's like, again, some of that floating land. And you can see, she says, if you follow this and head in there, you'll head to the city proper itself, and you can see, like, almost like, it's almost like they because again, like, the buildings are kind of floating on these little chunks of land, so like there's not streets, but there's like paths of water between them that are narrow, that would be streets if they were on land, kind of thing. And she says, if you just swim through there.
It's safe to leave the ship here, right?
She says, absolutely, no one here will do anything with it. I mean, people might come to gawk at it.
Mhm.
But other than that, it should be fine.
Okay.
And then you can see she backs out into the water, and she says, this way, this way.
Yep.
And
we'll
you can
follow
just see her.
along.
Yeah,
Cast the
so
spell first.
yeah,
Yeah, of course.
so you guys are swimming. It's kind of difficult to swim this far because, again, or swim under this depth. You feel the pressure once you're out in the water. You've never felt anything quite like it before. It's really weird. It's
I'm using
difficult to swim.
Wolfgang as my water jet.
Sure, okay, but everyone else has got to swim, and it is fairly difficult to swim.
Especially when you have wings.
Yeah, that makes it weird.
Carter's can't since Carter can't actually speak underwater. He's pointing at
I'm
the
pretty sure we can because we can breathe underwater.
You can, yeah.
Oh, okay. You guys want me to help you out? I got Nemo here that can probably tow the rest of us.
How big is the fish and how big is the walkway or the swimway?
The swimway would be big enough for him.
25 feet of fish. But
25
that's only
feet long.
that's only long. He's probably going
Yeah.
to be like maybe, I'd say like 8 feet wide.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
So, Nemo has a pretty hefty swim speed, so it can certainly propel the rest of us. if
Yeah.
we try
Now,
to
what I
go
will
for
say
it.
is you get a lot of attention from the merfolk as they see this giant sea snake, salmon sea snake, swimming in their territory, but it's not attacking anyone, and they see, like, a merfolk guiding you, and they see you guys riding it, so it's like, oh, okay. and you swim into the center of town where there are more buildings, and they're getting more elaborate and bigger. And you're not really even quite sure what it looks like. They're made of metal, but where they would get the metal, who knows?
It's a very nice city you have here.
And she says, thank you. We made it out of materials we got from the material plane. Like I said, some of us come and go from time to time, and we bring stuff back to build and expand the city.
How do you guys travel to the material plane anyway?
She says, well, we have a couple of elders who have been here a lot longer than the rest of us, and they've got access to magic to let us go there.
Sounds about right.
Man, if
Yep.
Dagoth was here, he'd probably go nuts.
And as you guys swim, she takes you and she brings you to a big building. It's kind of like ancient Greek style like temple kind of thing with like those marble pillars kind of thing, but they're made of metal. And she swims past through the pillars, and you're inside a building, and you can see some older merfolk in there. And she says, "These are our elders, and I'm sure they're quite interested in you. It's very rare to get travelers, especially travelers from another plane."
Well, we'll bow as best as we can while we're swimming.
Yeah, Carter's gonna actually do the same.
All right, and one of the elders swims over you and kind of does a more controlled bow back and says, "Welcome to our home. What can we do for such interesting travelers?"
Well, we have come seeking a particular treasure here in this plane.
He says, "A treasure, huh?
Yes, it's a orb of clear water. Crystal water, whatever it was.
And you can see almost everyone in that room doesn't know what that is, except for the elder you're talking to. He says, "Oh, I see. Quite the rare treasure indeed you're looking for."
So you've heard of it.
He says, "I have." He says, "Once every 1,000 years, the forces of this plane end up creating one of those orbs somewhere."
Do they appear in any specific location, or is it just where it happens to show up?
He says that wherever magic happens to be strong at that time, you know how magic is. It moves around, much like the waves of the ocean and the currents. So, ever shifting. So he says, but if you're here looking for one, there ought to be a few around in this plane somewhere right now. Where, I don't know the exact whereabouts.
No, there's not the super head.
What was that?
No, I'm talking.
Oh, and he says, but I have no doubt that you seem to be able to find your way around. I'm assuming you kind of have a general idea of where you're looking.
Yeah, we got a
We
little
do.
light. We got a little light pointing towards one of them, thanks to this magic scroll.
He says, well, alright then. So he says, what you'll want to do though is be careful, because odds are, wherever it is an area filled with powerful magic. It's what creates them, and that usually means that something dangerous takes up residence in that area to soak in the magic.
Like a giant water dragon?
And he says, yes, like something like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
we passed by his territory already.
Apparently
Yeah,
he's been following us along the skirts of his territory. Or at least that's
He
what he's
says
been
yes.
telling us.
It's just an asshole.
He says, yes, well, I wouldn't go into his territory at all, if at all possible. If he's seen you, he's probably still staring in your direction from his territory right now.
I hate that. I don't like that. I hate
What's
that.
his deal?
Why
He
hasn't
said-
he actually gone out of his territory if we're right at the border?
He says, venturing into another creature's territory is tantamount to and it's a very strong act of aggression and tantamount to declaring war on them. And from the direction you came from, you passed through the Lady Turtle's territory, and he wouldn't want to pick a fight with her, or if he did, he would almost certainly pick a fight with the other dragon turtle. They're somewhat of a mated pair.
Yeah, they got kids.
Yeah.
He says, yes, precisely. So, while one turtle he may be able to fight, two is a whole nother story. So while traveling through her territory, you were mostly safe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
While he is very aggressive, he is also very smart, and is not likely to do something that would harm himself.
Well, luckily we are traveling further away from his territory now.
Mhm. He says, however, be careful, because if you may go into unclaimed territory, he may come after you.
Fantastic.
Is there any unclaimed territory close by?
And he says on the other side of our territory, it is unclaimed next to his.
Oh boy.
Is there some kind of a magic teleportation circle or a way to just, pop out the other side where he at least know where we are?
He says, I'm afraid not.
Are there other cities down here in the water plane?
Oh, sure. None nearby, but there are some. We trade with other cities of merfolk, the occasional specific Sagan cities. There are some other aquatic species out there that we're friendly with. Even one Kuo Tao city.
Alright, well, that is good to know. We will see where the path takes us.
The off
He
chance
says,
that
indeed.
at the off chance that he does come after us, do you know if he has any weaknesses?
And he says, as I said, he is very intelligent, for he's lived a very long time. Our city's legends talk about this dragon. He's been there for as long as our city has been, even longer potentially. What I can say is he is old, intelligent, and has been around a long time, but he may be prideful. Many of his kind are.
Yeah, I can believe that.
You can try exploiting his pride.
So, the way I see it is we flatter him until we have an escape window.
I don't suppose Arcane Gate is big enough to let through a ship.
No.
I figured. So that's not one way out. Never mind.
Not without losing the ship.
Yeah.
He says, however, if you're willing to trade for it, I have something that might help you.
Oh.
He says he hunts most of all, beyond even his own sight, by smell. And having been that close to you, he almost certainly got a whiff of you. And he says, if you're willing to willing to live with smelling quite unpleasantly, we'll sell you some herbs that our hunters use and our merchants to hide their presence from him.
I mean, I'm sure we smelled worse things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's some pretty tough things, too. I heard you guys kind
It's
of
worth
got
it.
lost in the sewers at some point underneath my hometown.
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah.
So, he says, well, I don't know what you have to trade, but you can find merchants selling the herbs in the market. And if you can offer them something they would find interesting, they'll trade it to you happily. And just smear it on your ship and on yourselves, and you should be good to go. He may still find you, but he won't do it by smell.
Alright.
Hey. Is ice a commodity out here in these parts?
He says, no, we have plenty of ice.
Okay.
Alright.
Cold magic is quite common for our people.
Okay.
Alright, let's go find a merchant.
Yes. We thank you for your wisdom, kind sir.
Yes, thank you.
He says, always happy to help a traveler. That dragon has been a thorn in the side of our people for a long time.
By the way, do you know exactly what these orbs of clear water do?
He says, well,
we already know what they do.
Yeah.
Carter!
So, sorry. Carter's like what's it called? He wasn't really paying attention in the original meeting.
He says yes, they're used for divination. They can greatly strengthen the powers of divination magic.
Okay.
I
Like
would
Breezy
presume
wants
that would be
one.
why. He says I would presume that's why you would want one.
Yeah,
If
that's why
there's no
Breezy's
other
after
purpose.
it.
Carter, come on.
Yeah, we
I-
kind of need it to discover the location of something interfering with our plane of explain.
He says,
Okay.
a worthy quest indeed. Then
Yes.
Very concerning with whatever this thing is.
and he says, well, I hope you find your orb.
They have complimented us. We found bullshit. We found
We found a lot of
more
things.
hidden relics.
Yeah.
We found some hidden relics, quite a few in our time.
Mm-hmm.
He says, well, then it sounds like you have experience on your side. But as I said, be careful of that dragon and other dangers of the deep.
You most certainly will.
And he says, and of course, if you need supplies of any kind, we have many things for sale here.
Well, thank you
And
again.
then, yes, and he says, yes, it's been a great pleasure. And you can see him swim to go join the other elders.
All right, let's go check out these markets.
Yep.
Alright, so the one who guided you, she's waiting for you outside the building, and when you get out, she says, oh, yes, the markets. I had a feeling they would send you there. And she says, this way, and she leads you to an area that is filled with, well, stalls on little chunks of land. Just like a market you've been to on the surface, only, gotta swim
Underwater.
to each one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you see so many merfolk. The occasional Soggin or Kuotao, couple other underwater kind of like fish species. There's even a Triton here or there. So yeah, pretty busy.
Aside from that dragon, this plane's not so bad. I mean, compared to the City of Brass.
Oh, the City of Brass is its own thing.
Yeah.
Plus, at least
See,
here
Brass is
we
all
don't
the
have to
soul
worry
in
about
it.
heat stroke. We just have to worry about getting really, really buff from swimming all day.
It's just an air bubble forming in our blood veins, killing us instantly.
Oh, that's only happens if we've been out here for too long, right?
Yeah.
It's magic. I don't think we have to worry about it too much.
Yeah. So, do we see any merchants selling the herbs?
Well, so you see a merchant selling all kinds of things, but when you tell your guide what you're looking for, she brings you specifically to someone who sells that.
Okay.
And she brings you to, it's actually a Triton selling them, and this guy, he looks like he's probably about 20, and he's not wearing a shirt or anything, so you can see he's quite buff too, and he's even kind of showing off a little bit as you guys show up, and he's like, and he just kind of gestures to the group as a whole. He's like, do you like what you see? And you have a feeling he's actually talking about himself, not the herbs, but he gestures with his hands to his herbs.
I don't know how good looking is he.
He's moderately good looking.
You're pretty nice looking.
He says, oh.
Are you a fighter?
He says, I've fought a few people here and there, but definitely not something I usually look for.
Oh, it's nice. I'm fighter too, and I try flexing my muscles.
Uh huh.
He says, yes, very nice.
Thank you.
So, what do we have to offer for these herbs? Actually,
Good question.
He says, I'm open to many things. What do you have for trade? He says, not that people usually want these herbs, other than merchants.
Question.
They're only really good for one thing.
Mm,
And by the way, I will mention, you can smell them. They're really gross.
oof.
Worse than the sewers.
Question. Do you worship a god?
I'll have to put up with it.
He says, yeah, I've got my own god who I worship, a god of the sea. Why?
Yeah.
Which is
And Just don't laugh at me, because this is the name I decided a really, really long time ago for this.
Okay.
And he says, my god's name is Aquafina.
Uh-huh.
That sounds like.
He wouldn't happen to be a dragon turtle, would he?
Would he happen to have an arch enemy called Dasani?
Yes, actually, they do have an archenemy named Nisani. Anyway,
I thought it would be Fiji.
I was gonna offer him that trident I still have that I haven't even used.
okay, sure.
Do you want? It's talking trident.
He says, "Ooh."
Sea shanties. I think it tries to make you worship a sea god if you don't have a sea god.
He says, well, I already have my own sea god, but he says, that sounds interesting, I could use the company. And I do like sea shanties. You hold out the trident for him to look at?
Yeah.
Alright, so he picks up the trident and they immediately hit it off and start singing really bad sea shanties together. And he says, deal, you can literally take all the herbs, I don't care, this is great. He literally turns around and just swims away.
Nice.
Alright, I'll just take
Good
all
job.
Thanks. I mean, I wasn't gonna use it, so might as well give it to someone who might get better use out of it.
Well, we've got a whole basket full of this herb stuff now.
Time to put it all
Oh.
on the boat and ourselves.
Yeah.
I'll ask the guide how we use it.
Oh, yeah, he swims back when you say that, and he says, he says what you do, and he actually gives you a mortal and pestle in case you don't have one. He says what you do is you smush it, and then you rub it all over yourself, and whatever you're trying to hide. He says,
Okay.
by the way, if you think it smells bad now, it gets way worse when you smush it.
Oh god.
Nice. That's what we need to do, so we'll do it.
Okay.
He says,
Yeah, good.
he says our people have like to take pieces of raw fish and put them under our nose to try and help mask the smell a little.
Uh-huh.
Huh. Interesting.
Well,
Guys got a fish market around here?
I mean, like we can just hunt raw fish ourselves.
But he does gesture, and you see all sorts of stands selling fish.
Oh.
Well, yeah, it's the plane
If
of
you wanna
water.
pick up, yeah, if you want to pick up some food, pick it up.
All right.
Yeah. Any like unique fish that we don't commonly see in the material planes?
All sorts of fish you've never seen before. You have no idea if they taste any good.
I mean,
That's not why we're buying them, though, apparently.
no, we're just getting them to put our noses.
Well, they all smell plenty fishy.
Let's just pick the one that isn't. Oh wait, they wouldn't sell poisonous fish. Never mind.
Oh no, they would.
Oh, okay, then maybe something.
Remember how pufferfish is the thing?
Oh yeah. Okay, so maybe something that's not spiky and not poisonous.
Well, the merchants won't lie to you. They'll tell you the truth. Some of them are poisonous. And are used, I mean, people buy them to extract the poison from them, so they can use it as a weapon. Some of them, there are actually puffer fish they sell, and, you know, they talk about how you can eat them if you know how to cook them right.
We just need raw fish to put them up our noses.
And they're like, oh, so you want smelly fish.
Sure.
Yeah. We're gonna be using these herbs to keep moving forward. To avoid
He's
that.
like, and then
That's all.
they're like, you definitely want smelly fish. And one of them sells you what are literally called stinkfish, which smell pretty bad, but somehow smell way better than those herbs.
Uh-huh.
It's something. It works.
All right. How much for? I guess we need 6.
He says, well, what do you got?
You guys deal in gold.
He says, I do anyway.
All right. How much?
Easy. Just
for
pay him
this
in gold.
big fish?
He says, just 1 gold for 6. That'll be plenty.
Sounds good. Tosses the coin.
He hands you a cage with 6 fish in it.
Wait, these are actual live fish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
What do you think raw meant?
Like not cooked fish?
Considering
Like
we are
sushi?
considering that they're not going to suffocate in the
I
air,
thought it would be
underwater.
dead!
Considering that they are not going to suffocate underwater, they will last longer if they are not killed.
Okay. Wait, question. We don't have to put live fish up our noses, do we?
No.
I'm pretty sure we can kill them.
Okay,
So-
okay.
He says, "Well, if you're using them for what I think here, I'll throw these in for free." And he throws you what 6 things that almost look like a gas mask without the gas mask part. It's just like straps that go on your face. He said, "You just strap one of the fish in here, and boom."
They
Oh, we are
wait.
doing
Yeah.
it live.
Wait, so we have to put live fishes on our face?
Not on our face.
No,
On
it's
the
going,
thing
it's going
that's
the
on
little
our
thing.
face.
Let's
Yeah.
be in front of it.
Gotta be a little bit away from your mouth.
Oh, this is
Badly
so
for the
weird.
fume.
This is so weird.
Yeah, it's weird. Welcome to the plate of water where we have to do what we have to do.
Welcome to another plane of existence that is not your own.
Enjoy the culture suck.
Okay, thank you.
Well, let's go get all this lovely stuff set up then.
Okay.
All right. So you head out and you go back to your ship, and what you see dozens of merfolk examining your ship. You see a couple of them sitting on the railings, like your guide was, like just looking like very peaceful as they're just kind of sitting just inside the bubble.
Hi guys.
Oh, right.
Hey.
And they say, "Oh, hi.
This
This feels amazing."
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
any of you guys know how to use this stuff? As he's pointing at the herbs.
He says, "Oh, yes." And most of them know. They say, "You just gotta smear it on yourselves," and then they're looking at the ship and they say, "Probably
The
all over
merchant
this."
told us how to use it.
No, I'm just making so that we don't have to explain it again.
Yeah,
Right.
and
Okay.
a few of them offer to help smear it on your ship because it's pretty big.
That would
Alright.
be
Well,
great.
We'll take
How
would
long
love
does
that.
this
That would
stuff
be-
last anyway?
They say, well, if you're depending on whether you want it to or not, you could be unlucky or lucky, and it could last as long as a week.
I think it's more than enough time.
Yeah.
Let's get this on the road.
Yep.
Let's get going.
Who's our navigator on our team? I want to know if we can try to figure out from
I
our
am.
side strafing if we can triangulate how long it might possibly take us to get to where we're trying to get.
Well, we don't know how far it is. We just know which direction it's in.
Yeah. Is
Goes
there a way
off
to guess?
past our dark vision. So
Well, I mean, I could probably use my arcane eye to follow the light, but then again, if it's going into that dragon's territory, I don't know if that thing has true sight or not.
Well, it's going away from where we know his territory is.
How fast can arcane sight move?
Well, the thing is, since I have the Eldritch Invocation, I can cast this anytime I want. Visions of Distant Realms. Let's see. It could go as far as it wants, as long as it's within. It's a constant. Up to an hour. It could go as far as it wants, up to an hour. But it has dark vision up to 30 feet, though.
So basically, you can go sonic speed and just trail the light until you see the thing.
Pretty much, yeah. And plus, and the best part is, I can just cast this anytime I want.
So that means you could potentially take a quick preview as to where we are headed,
As much as I can see, at least.
and see if you can count how long it takes in order to see the orb.
All right, yeah, I can do that. I can do that as soon as we get going.
Well,
Okay.
we can use the Merfolk island as a reference to say, okay, it takes me a split second.
I'd rather I do
See
it when we
past it?
keep going. Plus, I could cast it up to 30 feet, so that's could be a starting point right there. It's totally fine. It's totally fine.
Okay. I'm just trying to see if
Alright.
we can figure out how long it'll take our trip, and whether or not we need more than one dosage of this reek.
I'll
weed.
be able to know how far. Don't
Okay.
worry.
as long as it gets us through the unclaimed territory, we should.
Mm-hmm.
Well, your ship is properly smeared now, and the merfolk happily wave you on their way.
Okay.
All right, let's keep following the light.
But I think we'll call it for dinner here. It's a few minutes early, but it's a good stopping point.
All right. Whew.
So I will see you guys. Let's see now. Where were we? Oh, that's right. You were leaving the merfolk,
Great.
all stinkified and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, and as
I
you,
Pretty smelly.
yes, and as you. And by the way, the fish is not helping that much. And well, it's like replacing a really awful smell with a ever so slightly less really awful smell.
All right, who needs to make a con save?
So far, nobody, but
Alright.
it's very unpleasant. But I will be rolling a perception check on, but I'll give the dragon disadvantage as you guys go through the unclaimed territory.
Mm.
Oh, excuse me.
All right.
And I will have. I'll also have you
Can
guys
we?
roll.
Is it possible to use pass without trace on the ship?
No.
I don't think that's how it works.
No, but I was gonna have you guys. I'll have actually. I think I'm gonna have. I'll have Kieran roll a vehicle handling check, and we'll
Or-
use wisdom for the check. So we'll have you roll, and I'll give you. I'll seeing as it's your stone, I'll give you proficiency. So roll 1d20 plus, and then we'll add your proficiency and your wisdom modifier to it. That's a vehicle handling check.
D20 at it myself.
Yeah, you should be able to if you click. Yeah. Oh.
That's pretty good.
19. 19 plus 5 plus 5, so it's like plus 10.
29.
So 29.
Yeah. Alright, and now I will roll. Here's the first, and then I'll roll it again because it's a disadvantage. Here's the first of the perception checks. Oh, I don't even need to roll another one. Not enough.
I don't know. You might roll one.
Alright. What the heck? We'll roll it again anyway. Good thing it's disadvantage.
Oh.
Oh yeah, good there.
Well, plus 17 is a hell of a number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank God Karen rolled high.
So, he does not detect your boat as you slip through the unclaimed territory. Stinkified. He does not detect you.
Nice.
And you move through that. And it is gonna take a while. So, it'll be the entire rest of the second day. But it is completely uneventful. Nothing happens, and I'll even let you guys get through your watches without anything too crazy.
Oh wait,
Very-
I just thought of something.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Could we identify the wooden rod?
Oh
Thing.
yeah.
Oh
yeah.
yes. You want to identify that stuff? Absolutely.
Yeah, we need to know the. I guess we can identify for all of them. I mean, we have the time, right?
It's
Okay.
only 6
Well, then we'll
hours.
just
It
start.
only took an hour.
Yeah,
Alright.
we're gonna be sailing for a
Retro
while.
cast.
Yeah. All right. So we'll start with the first thing you got. The first thing that was pulled out, which is the great sword,
Yeah.
which is the great sword of the dragon turtle. Yeah. And it will outside of being a magical great sword, it's a +3 great sword. It also has one charge that can be used once per day to mimic the steam breath of the dragon turtle,
Ooh.
which is quite powerful. And then on top of that, it also increases the AC of someone who wields it by 1.
Oh, that could. Yeah, I'm gonna need that.
That's a Kanea item.
Yeah.
Never seen one.
That's a fairly Kanea item.
Good thing, cause like my AC is like currently 17, so having it be 18 is gonna help out.
Yeah, you need the boost.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what the greatsword does. And then I think the next thing that was pulled out, yes, the beach day in a bag.
Mhm.
So not underwater, but if you take one of those and you throw it, it will. Someone mostly guess what it does. It literally spawns in about I guess about a 10 meter by 10 meter square basically of sand. It spawns like a bunch of beach chairs. It spawns a tiny fake sun that makes it all sunny and stuff. It mimics the sound of the ocean. There's a little bit of water in there, and anyone who also happens to be in the 10-foot area ends up getting a swimsuit thrown on them.
So
Yeah.
10 foot by 10 foot is not a lot of space.
No, sorry, not 10 foot. Sorry, 10 meter by 10 meter.
10 meters up. Okay, so 30 by
This
30
can work
foot.
on the surface?
This will work
Yes.
on land. Will it work on the boat with the air bubble on it?
And actually, okay, I'll have you roll to see how many of those cubes are in there. I'll have you roll 5d6. That's going to determine how many of those cubes you got.
Okay.
Ooh, that's going to be a lot of them.
What?
That's a lot of ones. That's a lot of ones.
What? Ah!
I gotta stop rolling a Shiva because for some reason I keep rolling crap.
Wow, alright, well, there's only 9 cubes in the bag, so there you go.
Oh
Damn!
my god.
Ah!
RNG's is snapping your neck. Holy shit.
I know.
So can I spend some time today reading that book?
Yeah, so basically you just have to spend a total of 48 hours over 6 days, so yeah. So, for sure.
You start.
Yeah, I'm gonna start reading the book.
Yep,
You did.
makes sense. So we know what that does. We
Yeah.
know what a frost brand is,
Yeah.
right? Or do you need me to familiarize you with
No,
what an actual...
we can understand it.
Okay, and then, oh yes, the rod is a rod of resurrection.
Ooh.
Well, that's pretty power.
Yep,
Sorry, what was it? Sorry?
it's a rod of resurrection.
Ooh.
Huh.
How many charges?
Now let me tell you. Here, I will actually just grab... yeah, it's 5 charges. And heal, it can do heal with just 1 charge, or resurrection, which is 5. So every time you cast resurrection, you gotta roll, basically when you, like most rods, when it gets to 0 charges, you gotta roll 1d20 on a 1. It disappears, like it disintegrates or whatever, so every time you cast resurrection, there's a chance that happens with this. But you can also use the heal spell, which is quite good.
Okay.
And it gets 1 charge every day at dawn.
Nice.
And the cloak. That's the last one. Looney?
Yeah, hang on. Out there. Actually, I'll just do that. It's been ages since I did that with one of these. There you go. Show to everyone. So that's it. That's the Rod of Resurrection right there. And then the last item, I believe, was the cloak. Yes? I think that's what it was. Okay. So the cloak will let you mimic a feature of a dragon turtle as well. Specifically, an aura it has. Let me read exactly what it does. Let me just find where I wrote there. So basically, and this again, it's basically it can do this once per day, and it allows the that's not the one I want. I want this one. There we go. It allows. It's called, what is it? There it is. It's called. It basically lets you use the boiling aura of the dragon turtle. So basically, once you activate it for 1 round, until the start of your next turn, once you've activated it, and it's a bonus action to activate it, any creature that starts a turn within 20 feet of the person wielding the cloak must succeed on a DC 24 con save or take 98 fire damage.
Damn.
Whoa.
And it's indiscriminate. Everyone.
What's this cloak called?
It's called the Cloak of the Dragon Turtle.
Oh, okay.
So basically, somebody walks in as a suicide bomb.
The person wielding it doesn't take any damage.
Right, yeah. And the range again? What was it?
20 feet.
Okay. Yeah, these are some good items.
Mm-hmm.
And Carter can use none of them, except for the bank of beach days.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Mhm.
So how far have we gone through the second day, by the way?
Yeah, so we did the second rest, so I guess on the next day we'll have you keep going for again half a day to get through the unincorporated territory. Like I said, through the unclaimed territory. It's very, very long. But you get through it completely fine thanks to the very skilled handling of the ship by Kieran. And then once you get through that, you're no longer in unclaimed territory. You're in the territory of a group of Sagan instead.
Okay. So, okay,
And
since we're...
there's a sign that says so, and it also tells you to just keep on going, not to bother them, and you'll be left alone.
Okay. I think since we're pretty much safe and away from the dragon, I can use my arcane eye to see how much further.
I guess that's true, yeah.
Yes, I'm gonna do that. I already cast. She's already there.
Yep. Let's see, yeah. It lasts, how long does, up to an hour, yeah.
Yeah, and there's no limit of range. I mean, I could cast it at 30 feet, but it can keep going as long as it's an hour.
Mm-hmm. That's true, yep, okay. Yeah, okay. So eventually, even over the whole hour, you don't see where you're going. Like, it keeps going, but you do see.
I'm just having it follow through the light, though. By the way.
Yeah. Well, I will say, you do see a patrol of Sagan, but again, you know that if you leave them alone, they're gonna leave you alone, so there's no issue about that.
Okay.
And I don't think they. Yeah, it's invisible, so they don't see it.
Yep.
I'm
going to relay to everyone what I see through the eye, by the way.
Mm-hmm. I will say one thing you do notice about these Sagan is that they are wearing clothes that have hydras on them.
Oh. Okay.
That's really the only noticeable thing about them.
Can the observer do some kind of a religion check?
Why?
To see, like, what's the significance of the Hydra on their clothing?
I mean...
I mean, anyone can roll religion with that information. If you want to roll religion, go ahead.
Well...
Wow, the one time I get a nat 20.
Well, do I need to continue to press buttons?
Oh man, that's really sad that's the thing you got the 20 on.
Yep.
It's pretty clear that they worship hydras.
Okay, they worship hydras. Okay.
But that's it. That's all I got for you.
What was the point of that then?
It seems
Why
like some
didn't
kind of
ask for
Hydra
one?
god or something.
Not that you would have ever heard of, and not that seeing their shirts will add, but you're pretty sure that this is more of a... There probably is a Hydra in their place, and they worship it, but it's not like it's a god, it's a Hydra. It's just Hydras can just like with dragon turtles and other things, sometimes they're worshipped as gods,
Okay.
whether they're gods or not. You know, they're not, but they
Okay.
can get worshipped like it. This is just a case of that. Only apparently the Sagan's choice of worship, he is a Hydra.
Okay. Maya's gonna keep going.
Okay. So I will say, you sail like for a full third day and still haven't reached it.
Gonna take a while.
Yup. It is. Though you also haven't left the Sagan territory as far as you can tell, assuming they have a sign on the way out.
Do they have a sign?
Did they have a sign on the way in?
They did.
Yeah, they did.
That was the sign I mentioned that said, leave us alone and we'll leave you alone. I will say, however, I will need another set of watches and I will take dice rolls for these.
Okay. Same
I'll
group
be
of
in-
people?
Yeah, probably good idea.
Okay.
Alright, then Carter and Kanea first. Disadvantage for Carter, because, human.
Perception, right?
Perception.
19.
Ooh, 24.
Not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad. But, I'm going to be...
But the other one wasn't that 20. Damn it.
I guess that's how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
But I am going to roll a D100.
Uh-oh.
Alright. So, what you encounter while you're on watch, a colossally gargantuan seahorse comes up to the ship, seemingly quite curious about it.
Hello.
It's bigger than the ship. It's huge.
Oh, boy.
Why, hello there.
And it starts kind of smelling you, and smelling Kanea, and smelling the ship, and you see it recoil a bit when it smells the ship.
Yeah, sorry. we have to smell bad in order to avoid the real.
Does it cause
dragon.
psychic damage?
No.
What?
Damn. Damn. Okay.
Why would you want it to cause psychic
I
damage?
don't...
The try to throw
Why?
Pokeball at it.
As I was
It must
saying,
be hostile, so catch it.
as I was saying, sorry, I have to smell bad to avoid the mean dragon.
Doesn't look like it understands you, but
Oh.
it still sticks around. And it does, however, splash a little water through the bubble at you. Playfully.
No. Like, it splashed at us?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, isn't that cute?
that is cute. I wish I could talk to this creature now. Oh.
Yeah, same thing. The best we can probably do is like pet its.
Can we? It's probably would avoid us because we stink.
I will say it actually sticks its head into the bubble for a second.
Oh, pet, 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 pet.
Does it like the pets?
Seems to.
Aww. Pet.
And then it sticks its head back out, and it looks like it's doing something. Then it sticks back head back in and absolutely drenches you guys.
Oh.
That. That.
Oh.
Though it seems like then it looks like it's smelling you, and it seems like it's like, right, that's better.
Wait, what?
It washed us.
Oh no! Wait, hang on. I smell. Do we
You smell
Do
better.
we smell? Do we still have the same
You smell slightly better.
Ah.
I have Wolfgang.
So we don't smell stinky. So we don't smell stinky. So is that going to affect us?
Who knows?
Ah, jeez.
I'm gonna get Wolfgang to give him a little bit of spritz back.
And then it starts really spritzing Wolfgang as he gets spritzed back. And after a while, it looks like it's getting bored, so it starts to swim away.
Okay, bye.
That was cute.
Yeah, but if we don't stink anymore, won't that be pretty bad? Cause dragon.
Yeah, we have some more of that stuff left, right?
Do we, Looney?
Probably.
Probably.
He did leave us an entire cart.
That is true, yeah. I'm gonna say this, when we get the next group of people, I'm gonna have, Kanea, let them know about the seahorse, the big seahorse.
Okay, well that's Sombra and Shiva.
Yeah.
What are we seeing now?
Well, that's what they saw. We'll see what you see on your watch, because I'm gonna need perception checks from you guys.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna roll bad because it's Shiva. Yep, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
You used a one good roll of the day with that character on the religion check.
I am having a really bad day. Bunch of bad days, apparently.
Oh. Ah, Shiva.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. That's fun. Okay. So, what you encounter here, going past you, at first, you can't tell what it is. It almost just looks like a pale green light off in the distance. But it's slowly getting closer. And yeah, it's slowly getting closer. And closer until you could start to make out that it's some kind of very large shape. Oh, it's getting slightly brighter. And then it gets closer still, and you can make out it almost looks like a ship.
What? Oh.
Sort of. Sort of. And as it gets closer and closer, it does look like a ship, but a weird not like any ship you've ever seen. Because it doesn't have any sails, and it doesn't have any portholes, and it doesn't have any cannons or anything like that. And it looks more like a metal tube, but it's all ghostly looking.
Is it a ghost ship?
Yeah, but it's a ghost submarine.
Oh.
Of course it is.
Of course.
Not that you know what a submarine is.
That's true.
And it pulls up alongside the ship, though.
I wonder if this is the same pirates that we met at that Desert of Death. The ones where they gave us the ghost gun. Maybe it's them. Who knows?
And as it pulls up alongside and it stops and it's kind of alongside your ship, a hatch at the top of the ghost submarine opens up, and out comes a ghostly skeletal captain.
Uh-huh.
Who strolls along the top of their ship and then hops across onto yours.
Hi. Hi.
And then comes up to you guys.
Hello. Hello. Hi.
And he says in Aquan,
God damn it.
Also, it's like a really polite upper crust, like British accent kind of Aquan, and he's like, he basically
Ish.
gives, I give the, but yeah, he gives the equivalent of like I'm really sorry, but I'm gonna have to steal your treasure, so hand it over.
What? I relay this to
We got no treasure.
I relay this to Sombra, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but we can't let you do that.
We can't understand you. Do you speak common?
And he goes, and then he switches to common. And he says, "Yes, I speak common.
Okay, good.
Now hand over the treasure. I'm really sorry, but as a pirate, I have to do this
Why?
Because he's a pirate.
because it's my job."
Yeah, we don't have any treasure.
And he says, "Oh, really? You got nothing valuable, eh?"
Not a thing.
I've got a suggestion, but I'm not on the table right now.
What is your suggestion?
Suggest that the blue dragon hoards treasure.
I don't think he's dumb enough to go in there.
No.
I don't know. He's a ghost. There's probably a reason how he became a ghost.
I mean, no, seriously, we don't have any treasure. Not to give them.
And he literally looks Kanea up and down, and he points at like at her belt.
Shiva.
Or sorry, Shiva. Yeah, so he points at Shiva's like helm as an example. He's like, "That looks valuable."
Messaging to Sombra. I can try.
But is it more valuable than your life?
I can try scaring him away, but that could provoke an attack. And plus, and we know that magic can hurt ghosts. I messaged this to Sombra, by the way.
Yeah.
One ghost. I don't think you're that much
I
danger.
mean, we're not going to give him anything, obviously.
No.
And is it just him? Is it just the one guy?
You haven't seen any other ghosts come out of the submarine.
Question: How many are there of you?
One guy.
He says, "Well, that's for me to know and you to find out if you don't give me treasure."
Again, we don't have any. You're wasting your time.
And then he points to Sombra's quiver of staves.
Yeah, no, you're not getting those. Those are mine.
I'm really tempted to summon Devil Me.
And unless you want me to demonstrate what they can do, I suggest you leave.
And you see him stand there. He's like, "I'm not afraid."
Do we get to roll intimidation on that, or?
If you want to try to intimidate him, for sure, roll intimidation. Oh, that's pretty intimidating.
Nice.
Alright, time for me to roll this guy's wisdom to see how smart this guy is. Just...
And
If it doesn't work, I have an idea.
oh, he failed it.
Yes. You wanted him to succeed, actually.
Oh, okay.
This
You did?
guy's too stupid to be afraid of you.
Oh,
Okay, I'm casting this then. We have nothing valuable on this ship. Go back and tell your crew that. And leave.
Oh, okay, hang on, let me make another wisdom for him.
Pulling up the Jedi mind trick.
yep.
Alright. He goes to get back on his ship. And when he goes to do that, you notice the hatch is closed, and you notice him knocking on the hatch. And then you hear him arguing with somebody. And he's just standing there yelling for them to open it.
This lasts for 8 hours, by the way.
And he just phased through. He's a ghost.
It's a ghost ship. You can't just phase through another ghost.
That's correct.
Phased through.
And you see him literally somehow loudly knocking on this spectral ship, shouting that he needs to get in there because they need to leave because they don't have any treasure. And you hear, you don't hear what, but he's shouting to somebody. Seems like he's trying to leave.
Do you just like turn the boat over to the
We
side and go?
can't. We have to wake up Kieran. Huh.
Now he's just loudly knocking on it repeatedly.
Probably should have summoned Devil Me to scare him away then.
And now that he's doing that, you just hear him shout like, "Oi, this is mutiny, is what this is."
We're just watching this, aren't we?
Pretty much.
Pretty much. Yep.
If you don't do anything to stop it, your entire watch will go by with this guy loudly banging on his ship complaining about the mutiny.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, let's keep going.
Right. Well, then when your watch ends and it's time to switch, he's still there.
I tell Kieran, hey, yeah, I'm gonna tell Kieran what happened.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, we could move the ship away from them, or unless you want to deal with that. Actually, wait, how many? This lasts for. Oh wait, I just realized. Wait, concentration up to 8 hours.
Yeah, so when you go to sleep, you're gonna stop concentrating on this.
Oh yeah. Ugh. So if I go to bed, he's gonna probably try to, unless he's distracted about the whole mutiny thing. I don't know.
Are they in the way? Or are they just like...
They're alongside you. They're not in the way.
Yeah, we could just leave.
Yeah.
Then let's just leave.
Yeah, that's just.
They're currently running at the same pace as we are, though, right now.
We're stopped, though, aren't we?
Yeah, you are.
Oh, we are stopped?
Yeah, we can just
Yeah.
keep going.
There's nothing stopping us. Let's just go.
Alright. So, you boot your ship up, so to speak, and you sail away, and you just hear him loudly shouting, "See, now they're getting away!" And he says, not that they have any treasure anyway. So, and they just kind of fade off into the distance.
Anyways.
And I will now take perception checks from Kieran and Anthos now that you've moved away from these guys.
Yep.
Ooh, that's really good.
Damn.
Where is it? Perception.
Perception.
Nice.
Wow. Yeah. Alright. Dun, 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 dun. So now that you're moving, while you're kind of watching around, what I'll say is you pass by you pass like floating again on like what looks like another randomly floating underwater island, so to speak, a huge bed of gigantic clams.
What kind of clams? All kinds of clams? Or
Hard
just
to
sea
say for
clams?
sure. You've never quite seen these clams before.
Huh.
Could they be just regular clams?
In the plane of water.
water clams. What do you think normal clams are?
I will beat you with a fucking wooden stick.
Joel, you do deserve that, man.
Anyway, so you see,
Anyways.
a whole bunch of gigantic clams, and actually, I will say, Kieran, on actually, and Anthos, both your perception rolls are quite excellent. Yeah, so you both see, it almost looks like the clams themselves are made of water.
Mm.
Huh.
We've met those, haven't we, at that one underwater temple? Water clams?
Not the same.
Oh.
Okay. They're like pearls or something in them?
Yes, there are pearls. They look like they're made of water too.
Just adopt them.
Oh.
No, we're not stopping.
All right then. They sail on by.
Not worth risking going out.
Mm-mm.
All right, and the clams disappear behind you, and after a bit, your watch ends, and everyone else gets up because everybody's had their rest.
Cool. Did we miss anything?
There was a ghost pirate tried to steal our treasure. I just told him to go away, and he got locked up in his own submarine.
Saw some clams, but that's about it.
Did you get the clam?
No.
Why
Why would
they
I
do-
go out on the ship?
Besides, if the clams are leaving us alone, it's best to leave them alone.
I don't want
I
to.
just remember your little collection of clams back at the base. You know.
That's my collection of clams.
That's a Sombra thing. That's not really gonna be a thing.
Yeah.
It's my collection.
There was also...
I just noticed the collection of clams at the base.
Anyway, there was also a nice, cute, big seahorse. Played with him for a bit. Aside from that, our watch was fine.
Oh,
That's-
I can't go.
How much further do we have to go? Because this is like, how many days it's been? This has been the third day now?
You're now on the fourth day.
The fourth day, wow.
Been sailing for a while. Just sit down and play some cards.
Yeah.
You guys gamble on these cards?
No.
Probably good, because all of you would lose to Anthos.
Very much. Yeah, because nobody can perceive him cheating.
Rogue.
Now, my question
Maybe
is...
Kieran can. Kieran's got a really high perception, maybe.
Now, my question is...
I'd have to high roll.
During our wait, is it possible to build a teleportation circle onto the boat?
Why? There's nowhere
We
on this
don't
plane to
have-
teleport to.
Yeah. We can't
it only works
teleport to...
within the same plane?
Yeah!
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's why you need planar travel to travel the planes.
Even if we knew something on the same plane, it takes 100 days of drawing it every single day.
Yeah, it does take a long time.
I can... Alright, well... I can kill some time by using my arcane eye. See what's up ahead. At least for an hour.
Alright, roll a perception check then for me.
I'm gonna roll low, like all the others.
Oh,
Oh, actually, I didn't. Oh, okay,
no,
that's
that's
better.
pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
That's very good.
18.
And
That's really good.
Shiva, you see heading in your direction, the boat's direction, a swarm of sharks bigger than you've ever seen. They are huge.
Guys, we got some sharks heading this way.
Huge sharks.
Really big ones.
Okay.
I don't think they'll want to eat something that smells as bad as us. I would think.
Well, to put in perspective, the sharks are as big as the boat is.
They're really, really
Oh.
big.
far as I know, sharks tend to not eat things that aren't part of their diet normally,
Hmm.
so they wouldn't bother us.
Hmm. That is true. However, I will say, what did you get? 18? Yeah, that's good enough. These sharks are in an absolute frenzy. They are going nuts. There's blood in the water for some reason. It is driving them crazy.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's not good.
Have they noticed this yet?
No, because they're off in the distance. They're swimming towards you.
How far are they away from us?
I'm going to say right now they're 300 feet away.
Okay, so they're 300 feet away.
Yeah, we should probably avoid that.
Yeah.
To try and steer around.
Okay. And I'm just going to straight up roll for them to see if they see you. No, they definitely don't see you.
Ooh. That was close.
They continue past you in their absolute frenzy. I will say they don't notice you, but you, Sombra and Shiva, with your super long dark vision, you see them off in the distance, swim right past you.
Oh, that was close.
And then they disappear out of sight as they swim past you.
Okay.
Those are the biggest sharks you've ever seen. By a large margin.
Okay. Has it been an hour, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna cast my arcane eye again, because I can spam that shit.
Alright then.
Because I want to figure out, where's that blood coming from? Could be anything. But...
It could be.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna follow the beam.
I was in the bathroom. What I miss?
Big group of sharks in a frenzy. We avoided
Yeah.
them.
Okay, good. As long as we avoided them.
Yeah. I'm gonna use
You
my
did.
arcane eye again to see up ahead. Another perception?
Yep.
There we go. Yep.
There
Yeah.
it is.
Yep.
Alright. So, as you're going, Shiva, you see in the water what looks to be, it's shimmering, like it's glowing and it's kind of shimmering and wibbly wobbly kind of thing. What looks like a portal.
Okay. Guys, there's a portal up ahead.
Yeah, it's like a solid teal green, so you don't know what's on the other side of it.
Question, is the beam of light going over the portal and keep going?
Yeah, it goes to the other side of it.
Wait, so we can avoid the portal, right?
You could. Yep.
I mean, I don't want to risk going into something that could be really dangerous, so I'd say probably avoid the portal. Everyone else okay with that?
Yeah, if you want to avoid it, safe.
Joel, you asleep.
Sorry.
Oh, you fell asleep?
Yeah, I did fall asleep.
Oh, okay.
Joel. Alright. Then I'll have Shiva roll one more perception check.
It's gonna be low again. Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh. Boo.
Alright. You see a storm giant swimming in the water.
How far is it from us?
100 feet.
100 feet? Okay.
More than that, sorry. 300 feet, sorry.
Oh, 300 feet.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna relay that.
Ooh. Hey, I heard stories that storm giants like to help people.
Hey,
You think-
storm.
You think what?
You think we can try to try to get it to come along with us?
Why? I
Just-
mean,
Just to act as our just tour guide around this plane.
We can talk to it, but I don't know if it's gonna come with us. If it actually speaks giant.
if it speaks giant, that's fine. Kanea can speak it.
I will say it does swim towards the ship.
Oh, okay.
And
Oh, go ahead.
so yeah, it does swim towards the ship, and then it kind of swims alongside the ship.
Kanea waves high and says, "Hello," in giant.
And he speaks back. Oh, you speak giant, huh?
Yeah, where I'm from, we have these frost giants. We live close to the mountain. You'd probably have never been there before.
He says you're giant kin, are you?
I'm Goliath. If that counts as something.
He says it does count.
Okay, cool.
Carter waves as well.
And he says, what are you doing in this area? What are you doing here?
We're here to
On
find.
this strange ship?
We're here to find the orb to help our home.
He says, what kind of orb?
It was a clear water? Orb of clear water.
He says, oh, you're here for that.
Yeah.
He says, well, I think you might have a problem then.
Why, what's wrong?
He says, my brother has that orb.
Oh. By the FYI, I'm translating for everybody.
Yeah. Why would that be a problem?
And he says, because my brother searched all over the plane to find it, and I doubt he'll give it up willingly.
Is
Well,
it-
I mean, we only need it temporarily, right? You can come with us to use the orb to stabilize our world first. And then you just walk back with it, right?
Do you think that would be okay? Just to borrow it, then we can give it back?
He says, I don't know, you can try to convince him to do that. Maybe he'll let you, maybe he won't. It's hard to say for sure.
Where is he? Where can we find this man?
He points in the direction that the beam of light is going.
How far is that?
He says, at the speed you're going, about half a day.
Excellent.
Okay, making progress.
All right, you want to, come join us to give your brother a visit?
He says, oh, absolutely not.
Why, is he asshole?
He says, well, we don't always get along, let's say that.
Okay.
It's fair.
That's fair. But thank you for at least letting us know. I'm
He
Kanea,
says,
by the
oh.
way.
Oh,
Nice to meet you.
hang on, I did not think of a name for this guy.
I just introduced myself. I didn't ask for his name, but okay.
I know, but he's gonna introduce himself now. So his name is... Ghetto.
Ghetto?
G-E-T-O.
Ghetto. Okay, cool. Nice to meet you.
He says, nice to meet a giant kin.
Larry Cheto?
No, his name's Keto. Keto. Anyway, we'll be off. Hope to see you again someday.
He says, "Be wary of the deep."
We will. Bye.
Oh,
Oh,
by
and
the way,
don't try to steal from his brother.
Okay. No.
by the way, are we past the blue dragon yet?
Can we negotiate with him? Do you know what he would like?
Oh yeah, good idea.
And he says, "Well, I know he searched everywhere for that orb. I don't know what he wants it for. I know what it does, but I don't know why he'd want it.
Probably
So I'm not
something.
sure what he'd trade for it."
What did he say what he traded or where he found it?
He did not say. I just know that he looked for many years to find it.
Okay.
He says, "But I wish you good luck in your search for it."
Thank you. See, that happened.
And then
Alright.
he swims off.
Well, now we know who has it.
Yeah. At least we're getting close.
Gotta figure out a way to get him to part with it.
And now we know it's not with the dragon. Most important part.
Oh, you're well outside of where the dragon would see you at this point.
Yeah, we should be good away from the dragon.
Alright, so half a day. Not bad.
Let's just keep going forward.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, well then late afternoon, on the 4th day of you being here, you see what almost looks like a castle just floating in the water.
Huh.
On a closer inspection, you notice it looks like there's clouds underneath it. Again, weird, because it's underwater. And those clouds are shooting bolts of lightning down deeper into the water.
Huh. Well, let's see if we can find a place to park this boat.
And then you can definitely pull it up to the front gate anyway.
Anyone gonna knock on the door?
Wanna do it, Carter?
Alright, I'll do it. Carter walks up to the edge of the boat deck and tries to hail whoever the occupant of said castle.
And you do that by knocking?
Are we up to the door, or are we like by
We're up
the
to the
drawbridge?
gate. There's a gate.
Okay. I knock on the gate.
And
I'm
you hear
hop-
like ting 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 as you knock on the big metal gate. And then there's silence for about a minute. And then you thought you heard something for a second. A voice say, "Go away," but you're not sure because it was real quiet.
Any suggestion, guys?
Hello.
Yeah, actually, that might work. Get a nice, sweet voice to do it. Shiva, shout louder.
Okay, I'll just use my thaumaturgy to enhance my voice. Hello. Anybody home?
And you hear again, super quietly. This time, I will say, the two of you together, you do hear very quiet, "Go away."
Well, do we want to see if the door is unlocked?
Is the door locked? Is the gate locked?
It's definitely firmly locked. However, I will say the gaps in the gate are bigger than you are.
Oh, so we could just go through the gate.
Not the ship, but you guys could.
Oh. We don't want to piss him off, but we really need that orb.
Mhm.
Well, I am actually out of ideas.
You could say that we're off. We come here for a trade, or we need help.
We can try.
I'm gonna have Kinea yell out, shout out in giant. We need help.
And because you specifically said giant, you get a response back in giant that says, "Oh, all right, hang on."
Oh,
And at this
so
point, I'll say, Kinea, you got a better look, and it sounded actually like a child's voice.
Oh, must be kid. Must be kid giant.
Really?
Yeah, that's what that sounds like.
Huh.
And the gate, after a minute, you hear like a loud clanking sound, and the gate goes up and opens.
All right.
And you guys see on the other side of the gate now, really clearly, is a really small giant. He's about the size of Kinea.
Oh, okay. That's.
Hey there.
Hello. I say in giant.
And he says hi, and he says, "What kind of help do you need?"
So we come from material plane. That's where. Yeah, that is where we're from, and we come looking for orb of clear water. We were following beam, and it showed us here.
And he says, "Well, you can't have it."
Can we at least borrow it for a bit? After we could return it back to you. In fact, you can come with us to material plane if you want. If it'll help.
And he says, "No, you can't borrow it. It's mine. I searched for years to find it."
Do you translate?
Yeah, I mean, of course I'm translating.
Okay. Well, you could tell him that we're not borrowing it if he's coming along with us with it.
You know how orb works, right?
He says, "Yes, that's why I can't let you borrow it."
Okay, how about this? Oh. Hi.
All right, what did I miss?
A lot.
Yeah. Sorry, I was out with some friends from the U.S. and just had to be their guide.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, let us continue.
Somebody might have to like DM him what he missed.
Yes, DM me what I missed.
We probably actually just throw it into the D&D chat room.
Yeah.
That way we're not just everybody spamming him at once.
Okay. Yeah, one of us can do it. Anyway. Okay. How about this? You can come with us with your orb, and you use it to help us find this weird creature that is affecting forest and nature. And once that is done, we can send you back.
He says, "I don't think you understand. Once you use the orb, it's gone forever. It can only be used once.
Oh.
If I let you use it, then I can't use it."
Oh.
What are you gonna use it for?
And he says, "I want to use it to find my parents."
Ooh.
Oh. Yay. You know,
Do you know anything about your parents?
Yeah.
He says they've been missing for a really long time.
How long?
He says 30 years.
And where was the last time you have seen them?
And he says, well, here. But it was 30 years ago.
Hmm.
And what was the cause of their disappearance?
He says, I don't know. That's why I need the orb, so I can find them.
What was the last thing they said to you?
Good night. They tucked me in, and then when I woke up, they were gone.
Can
Strange.
we use a scroll of
I
scrying?
have a scrying spell. I can give that a try, but it's gonna be tough.
Do you have like a portrait of your parents so that we have an idea how who to look for?
Use scrying for you.
He says, you can come in here and look.
Okay.
And he says, but if you're going to try scrying, it won't work. I already tried that. They're not on this plane. That's why I need the orb.
Come with us back to the material plane, and we can scry there too. Double check to see if your parents are there.
He says, I already did that. You must have seen it on the way here. See that portal?
Yeah.
That takes you to the material plane. I already tried that.
Okay, well, we do know somebody who has a magical item that can travel to any plane they want.
Just keep checking.
He says, you're not lying? You
No.
really have this item?
We do.
Yeah, that weird
the
cube
cu-
thingy that our one friend has, still to fix. Yeah, she can certainly help you find, go look for your parents in 6 different planes of existence. Evidently 2 of them have been used, but, you know, the other 4.
I'm trying to think of a spell I can use to my help.
I don't know if like resurrection is going to be the one that we're going to be using.
No, I'm trying to think. I mean, there is also the contact other plane spells. But it's that and scrying. Those are the only spells I know.
Alright, well, someone roll a persuasion check.
Who is good at persuasion?
One of the people who were talking just now.
I mean, I could do it.
I've got a +3 on my persuasion. Somebody who's got a higher persuasion should probably roll
Yeah,
it.
My persuasion is +11, so I think I should do it.
Sombra, you have high charisma.
Yeah.
Not at all. I am only good at intelligent talk, not persuasion.
I mean, why not?
Cactus juice.
It's the trick of consuming, not of talking. It is not a skill. It is simply a matter of taste.
Anyway, Sombra, your persuasion?
I rolled it, didn't I?
It didn't go
Mm,
through
I
Don't
yet.
go through.
I
We
don't-
didn't see it.
$13.
Ooh.
I rolled
Give
2.
him a luck for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a luck for that one. Do it.
It is the honest truth.
I mean, I am telling the truth.
He doesn't seem convinced.
There we go.
There we go.
How he
21.
does seem convinced.
Hmm.
I don't know why is this stuck.
Alright, he says, okay. But you have to help me first before you can use the orb.
And what would you like help with?
Finding his parents,
We
apparently.
just, yeah, so we gotta go back to the material plane, then we can go fetch Soldifex and get that cube going.
The question is, where shall we start to look?
Yeah, do you know what plane your parents were most likely to be on?
He says, I have no idea. And the last time I saw them, they were here, and then suddenly they were gone. And my brother doesn't know either.
That makes things a little difficult. What shall
You
we
know, There was one other thing I can think of about how to bring the parents back.
And you know what? Do you have anything that belonged to your parents?
He says all sorts of stuff. Most of the stuff here belonged to them.
Think of them, say like a hair or a fingernail
Uh,
or an eyeball or scale.
I remember something.
He says, "Well, I don't have their eyeballs. That would be weird."
No, obviously not.
Oh, and he says, and we don't have scales, but he says, I do have some of their hair.
How unfortunate. It would make things quite tasty.
Uh,
I'm quite.
I'm
Let me ask a question.
Sorry, ignore the lizard wizard.
Let me ask a question. DM,
Okay.
what would happen if we gave Breezy their hair?
Presumably, she would be able to see everything from the last time that hair was connected to them.
Question. Wait, are we at the material plane again?
No,
we're
you're
still in the water
there.
plane.
Oh, okay. We're still convincing the kid?
Yes.
Okay.
So that might be a good way to start. Like, wait, how long ago have you had these hairs? Like, are they recent or from 30 years ago, or when did they first?
He said, well, I got them 30 years ago. Or
Right
from
when your
about
parents
then.
disappeared?
He says, I took it from my mom's hairbrush.
This was after she disappeared.
Yeah.
You were thinking
Worth a
that to Breezy.
We got a friend. She can read the minds and the passive
Well,
people.
it's not mind reading per se.
Something like that.
She's very strong at divination magic.
Yes. If anyone can help find your parents, it would be her.
And she's the one who needs the orb anyway, so it makes sense for her to help with this.
He says, alright, but like I said, you can't have it until I find my parents.
Alright.
That's fine.
Athos, I'm gonna pull you aside for a split second and make a question on to you.
Why?
Because I have a solution that might involve some of our.
If
more
it's stealing, we're not
expensive-
stealing from
not
the kid.
stealing from the kid. But I just want to ask you privately first before I make the suggestion to the rest of the team.
Say your thing.
So, if Anthos will follow Carter off just for a few steps, Carter's going to ask him if they should try a wish to bring the parents.
That's really
back to-
not necessary.
It's really not necessary.
And it's just it is a solution. But yeah, it's a really expensive solution, but it is a solution. Just wanted to get your opinion on it. Okay.
Ill advised.
Alright, well, the kid packs a small suitcase filled with toilet paper and water.
You should be fine in air, right?
Okay.
Packing toilet paper and water from underneath the water.
Yes, correct.
Alright. Anyway, once he's done and ready, we're gonna head back to the ship and use that Rubik's Cube.
At least that's the plan.
Well, at this point, you realize you don't have Sildafix with you, and the Cube of Rubik's needs her to use it.
Yep, that's why we need to bring her back to bring the storm giant
Can we
back
just
to
take
the...
a brevity, say that she's here with us, but she's just taking naps?
I mean, she's in a material plane, so we can just go back to the mansion and
Yeah.
shake her awake from whatever research she's working on.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
You guys are brought back to the lake.
Okay. This is first time here, isn't it?
Hmm?
The kid.
No, he's been in the material plane before, remember? He tried looking there.
Right. Sorry.
But that was in the middle of the ocean where that portal leads to.
Oh, okay.
It's his first time on land ever.
And this is our mansion where we tend to work our operations from. That
And
tall castle.
you, by the way, you notice him open his suitcase and put his hand in it just to have it sit in the water.
That's fair.
You need
Let's-
water to survive?
He says, I don't think so. I just like water.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, let's go talk to Breezy and see if she can help.
Alright.
And that castle over there is her magical Breezy. She does a lot of crates.
Arthur, come on.
You find her sitting, she's in the mansion. She's been waiting for you guys.
Hey, Master. So we were able to find the orb. The thing is, this kid here needs help.
Won't give us the orb unless we help him.
And she says, I understand. And what does he need help with?
Finding his parents. And apparently, if you use the orb, it's only a one-time use until it goes away.
And Breezy says, that is true.
Sombra has the hairs,
He
right?
says it greatly amplifies the power of divination magic, but just the once.
Sombra has the hairs, right?
Sure.
No, the kid's got the hair.
Oh, the kid's got hair.
Yeah.
Well, if you hadn't heard those samples of your parents, then she can take a look to see what those samples can remember.
He says, oh, right. And the kid drops a giant clump of hair on the table.
Is it's still soaking wet?
Yes.
Probably.
And Breezy just very delicately reaches out and touches it like it's not gross. Even though it's definitely really gross.
It's wet hair.
Yeah. But at the time of her touching it, unknown origins.
the drain pipe.
Yeah.
No.
And after she after a moment she says, oh dear.
What did you see? What's the matter?
Uh-oh.
And she says, this I was able to see all the way up until the moment of its parents' disappearance.
Do you know what happened?
She says, I do. They put him to sleep. They went and did their own thing. And just as they were preparing to go to sleep themselves, they were attacked
By
cloud giants.
Oh.
so they're in the plane of air.
She says, I believe so.
Carter looks over to the storm giant child and asks, so, did you ever have a chance to take a look into the plane of air to look for your
When
parents?
would he be able to do that?
He says, he that's his basically, he's like, yeah, how would I ever do that?
Okay, just asking. You figured out a way how to get to the McTaylor plane, so
He says, there's a portal near my house.
fair. I didn't know if you made that portal or if you just found that portal.
So, okay, so we know that his parents are in the elemental plane of air, right? Is that
Mm-hmm.
working?
Maybe.
Well, that's not for certain, but that's a safe guess at this point.
Still to fix his cube can bring us there, right?
It can.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how is it like there?
Less
It's
wet.
mostly open,
Yeah.
empty air, but there are floating islands for some of scattered about.
We have
Mostly what it
clerics in
is.
our party. We can get planar shift.
That's
So. Or gate. Gate works.
You just need to not fall.
And the kid says, well, now I'm gonna go, I need to check. And he says, Take me to the plane of air. I gotta know if they're there.
We should take airship.
Well, we need to get
Yep.
Silda fixed first.
Yeah.
I'll say she's there to operate the cube for you, but I'll tell you, the kid will say, I don't need that. I can fly. Just let me go there. Open a portal.
You can fly.
And he says, I'm a storm giant. Of course I can fly.
Fair enough.
Alright. You'll be careful.
He says, I'll be back in a sec. I just have to use scrying on them.
Okay.
So she twists the cube, pushes a button.
No, it doesn't need the key. I mean,
No, to get to the airplane. And then once he's in the airplane, he comes back shortly. With still to fix.
Yeah. So, and you see him cast a spell on himself and then leap through the portal. And then he comes back a little bit later and he says, he comes back like 10 minutes later and he says, they're there.
That's great!
are they okay?
He says they're imprisoned.
That's bad.
And he says, at least I know where they are now.
That's great!
Carter, you're not helping.
Stop.
Sorry, I was just running a bit from
Oh.
from one of the, I think it was Pokemon.
Yeah. That's good. Or is that bad?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
That's-
well-
Homer Simpson and the Halloween special.
There's a bunch of ones that made that same bit. But anyway, so the kid says, at least I know where they are. And then he hands the orb to you and he says, well, a deal's a deal.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Should we go and help him find, go and rescue his parents, or you kind of want to do this on your own?
He says, if you're offering to help, I would take it.
I'd feel bad if we don't help him.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way.
Want to help him? We can help him.
Yeah.
Let's stabilize the magic, and then we'll go and help him.
Of course.
Sounds like a plan. Or like a plan of action.
And he says, you're really going to help me?
Of course.
We're adventurers.
And besides, you're giant, I'm giantkin. We help each other out.
I just want knowledge of all the magic in the world. Perhaps this would prove beneficial for you warm bloods.
And he actually starts to cry a bit because someone's going to help him with this.
Kaneo will give him a hug. They're there.
I believe he requires a leaf to dry the tears.
Yeah,
We
okay.
have tissues.
What are tissues?
It's what we use to dry tears instead of leaves.
Strange. So fragile.
Yeah, they're not meant to be kept. They're meant to be easy to, switch out and toss out.
Interesting. So this is what tissue is. Soft, fluffy, yet fragile, like tears.
All
They
right.
soak things up real well, as Carter kind of just pats the tears on the storm giant.
Anyway. Breezy, if you will, maybe you could use that orb now, since, you did the deal.
And Breezy says, right, I'll need some time to prepare my spell. Come back tomorrow, and it'll be ready.
Okay.
All right, perfect. I need to switch out my roster so that I can better help out in the, middle of the air rather than the depths of the sea at the moment.
If the kid wants, I can, Kaneo will, like, give him a tour of the town, Windstorm. Because I think he needs some company.
Yeah, Carter's going to join on that.
Alright, the kid will happily take a tour around town. And he does draw attention because, you know, even though he's not nearly the size of a full storm giant, he's bigger than, he's like as big as Kaneo, slightly bigger, but he's a child. And very noticeably so.
And Shiva will gonna do some research on cloud giants in the plane of air. He'll ask Dagoth for assistance on that.
And I'll say when you go to the library to look at stuff, the kid will also happily look at stuff.
Nice.
He'll do his own research on things.
Nice. Okay. So I'm just gonna roll her history check just to get out of the way. Oh, hey, Paul, if you want, you can have Dagoth roll history or anything to help with knowing about the plane of air, or storm giants, or cloud giants.
You would be a history check.
Is he there? Paul?
Paul?
Oh.
Maybe not.
Oh.
Alright, well, we'll just go with yours then.
Okay.
So what I will say is that, what you learn is that, yeah, so what I mentioned earlier about the plane of air, so that it is, you know, mostly sky, empty, endless sky, but there are floating islands there. But there is more land where it's connected to another plane. But again, it's still mostly air. There's also supposedly a handful of flying cities around, and many, many different dangerous airborne creatures. Everything from dragons, like which are like the biggest, down. Cloud giants can roam the area on their own flying islands or in small groups. You also know, in your studying, you know that they're quite a good chunk smaller than storm giants, and quite a bit weaker too. So the fact that 2 fully grown adult storm giants were kidnapped by cloud giants would imply that there was probably numbers involved.
That or they got outside help. Yeah. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Unless anyone else has anything to do, we could just fast forward to the next day.
Hey, since you like water so much, how do you like hot smoothing water?
He says, I don't have any interest in that.
Alright.
Okay. So next day then?
Yep.
We'll leave him by the lake overnight, and then he comes back afterwards.
Yeah, so the next day comes, and you guys go to Breezy, who's ready to cast her spell to figure out what's going on with this. And she asks anyone who wants to see whatever she sees to hold hands with her, and they'll be able to see whatever she learns.
Alright.
Yep.
Carter's in.
Girls are in. Yep, I'm doing it.
Okay. And then you see Breezy activate a magic circle, pretty big one that she's drawn on the ground. And you notice that she spills quite a bit of her own blood while doing this.
That's not ideal.
As you've seen her do before. And you actually see her drop the blood, some of the blood onto the orb, which it seems to go into the orb and turn it red, blood red. And then He grasps the orb and begins to chant, and then a vision comes to all of your minds, and you see. At first, it looks like nothing, empty space, and then you realize that you're looking at the sky at night, and all of a sudden, it almost looks like the sky begins to crack, and then you see the tip of something coming out, and it's weird. You're not sure what it is. And then you see a black tentacle, huge, bigger than a kraken's, start to come out from the crack, and the crack begins to expand and widen, and then
What is
then
that?
you see.
Hang on.
So you have no idea because it's in the sky, and then you see as the crack widens beyond the tentacle, you see through the crack in what looks like a black void. You just see a pair of red eyes.
Uh-huh.
Do the eyes look like Clamsmodius's?
No. And then the vision ends and Breezy gasps loudly.
That's certainly an ill omen.
Yeah, that's, what was that?
And Breezy says, a bad omen indeed.
What was
Something
it?
from-
She says, my patron.
Ooh.
Come again?
What? What?
Want to give us a little bit of the crash course as to what's going on?
Right, because Fable's the only one that knows this.
Fable is the only one who knows this. And she says, some of you may know I'm a warlock. The being you saw in that vision was my patron. Is my patron.
I thought your unicorn was your patron.
She says, no. Tornado has never been my patron.
Okay.
Okay.
She says my patron is a being from the astral sea.
Okay.
Oh no.
Your patron never talks to you about something like this, or?
She says my patron is evil. Very evil. And I made a deal with him to do something very dark and violent a very long time ago. And when I stopped doing what I was going to do, and they stopped getting what they wanted, they tried to have me killed so they could harvest my soul.
Except you can't be killed,
But
can
you
you?
I can't be killed. No.
What?
So I hacked is forcibly stuck, open.
What did you do? And
Well,
what is he trying
I don't
to
think
do?
that's relevant right now.
It's not really relevant now. Because the past doesn't matter right now. What matters is that the fact that our patron is currently
He says
reaching
I did
into our
something
plane.
very, very bad. The details of which I will go into on another day. The thing we should focus on is that my patron has found a way to break into the material plane, at least partially. That's the thing that's causing nature to go to become so tense.
What?
It can sense the danger.
So who or what is your patron exactly?
And she says, a being that doesn't belong here.
We just know
A
that it's from
being
the
older
astral
than the
sea.
gods themselves.
Okay.
And what is this said being? What about him?
We just know that he's from the astral sea.
She says even I don't really know much about him. But when I was in a very dark place, they offered me power and the chance to get something that I wanted. and I took that opportunity.
Uh-huh.
So, we're off to kill a
When
god
I
again.
reneged on our deal, they tried to kill me, but I can't die. So our pact is stuck as it is.
Okay. So we just have to send him back to Astral Sea. Just banish him or...
Probably easier said than done.
He says, indeed, easier said than done. He's a very dangerous being, filled with a lot of hatred and the desire to destroy everything in the material plane. And the gods themselves.
It's quite ambitious.
She says, we're lucky he didn't get here all the way, or he would have already done it.
Uh-huh.
So then what do we do?
And she says, I don't know.
You need time to figure things out. Tell us what the plan is, and then while you're figuring that out, we go run a quick errand into rescuing some storm giants, and then come right back to you.
I think that is an excellent idea.
He says, I don't know, maybe. I don't know what kind of plan or what can even be done.
Yet.
I'm going to consult Theron about this. I'm going to describe her about this god. If there's any way to send this god back to the plane, back to his plane.
And she's freaking out because those things shouldn't be anywhere near the material plane or able to break into it either. It should be deep in the astral sea.
Theron, what exactly is this creature?
And she says something far older than any of us. Far older than the material plane itself.
We're dealing with a great old one. Fantastic.
Great old one, great. So even
Yeah.
she has no idea how to send him away.
No, she says a very, very long time ago, when the gods created the material plane, we banished the great old ones. Most of us died.
Sure.
Shit.
We need a way to force it back through.
There has to
Well,
be something. There has to be something.
Must be some way to seal the current crack in our reality.
Wish spell?
I don't know. Last time I saw a wish spell being used, Keith was in a bed for a whole 2 weeks, just reversing a single spell.
Yeah, we were there when that happened, Carter.
Yeah.
But would it work on something that powerful, that ancient?
I don't know. I can try contacting Tyrannus. Maybe he might know something.
You try that?
Yeah.
Tyrannus doesn't know anything.
Oh, crap.
Again, we're dealing with something older than time. Older than our time.
Then we ask time itself.
What?
I'm kidding.
Okay, what did the gods do to try to banish the Great Old Ones? I'll try asking Theron that.
This is from before even her time, for she's a newer god than this, but from her understanding, this great old one has the power to suppress divinity itself. He's so old that God's very power before him is almost negligible and null, and he easily kills them. But many, many gods teamed up to banish him and his kind deep into the astral sea, far from the material plane, and to put up a separation that should never have been able to be broken.
So something broke it.
Something
Yeah.
broke it.
And I think if we find out whatever it is that caused the crack in the first place, give us a clue as to what to do next.
It could be anything.
Well, is there anything in particular about the vision where we can spot any particular location where
Well,
it
the
might be the
sky was
strongest?
dark. That
Trees.
it was when we first saw it. It was just a dark sky, right?
It was a night sky, yeah.
Tree lines, ponds.
No, just
No,
the
just
sky
the
itself.
sky.
Huh. All right.
Are there any gods that still exist that survived banishing the Great Old Ones that are still around today?
Don't tell me it's Kevin Bacon. Don't tell me it's Kevin Bacon.
Don't give
No,
him ideas.
It's not Kevin Bacon, and she says, I don't know if there are any left.
Well, shit. Oh, shit. This is fucked up.
Is there a time travel spell?
No.
Try the wish spell first. Honestly, we don't have a lot of options at the moment. Just because of what we're dealing with.
We gotta be okay, but we gotta be very specific on the wish. The thing is, we don't even know what it's called.
And Breezy says, I know what it's called.
Okay, that's good.
What's it called?
She says, I'm loath to even say his name, but his name is Zargon.
Okay. I wish for Zargon to be sent away back to the astral sea.
Are you sure that's a smart thing to do?
Wait, what?
Are you sure it's smart to use the wish here like this?
What other options do we have, Anthos?
I'm just saying it could go really bad. We'll just do it. We'll see.
Well,
just
we can also ask before we do this.
that's
do
what I'm
we-
saying. We should be very specific with this wish.
Do we know what will happen if we wish for the thing to be destroyed?
No, I don't think we can destroy it with a wish.
What about 2 wishes?
Okay.
That's how it works.
They don't become more powerful just because you have another wish.
Alright.
You know, like, I'm going to... Okay. If Shiva's really insistent on this, I'm going to cast my clairvoyance to ask ancestors. Is it good idea to use wish to banish Old One back to sea?
Sorry, which spell are you casting?
The clairvoyance spell. Consulting ancestors.
You mean, I think you mean augury.
Augury, sorry. Yeah.
Because that's not what, I was gonna say, wait, what? Clairvoyance? Yeah, I'm gonna say that you get a... You get both a potentially good and also potentially catastrophic.
That's not good. I don't... This is too risky.
How much magic can a god put out? Is it enough magic to, be more magic than in the entire world? Or how does that whole system work?
It's a god. It is the magic of the world.
Mm-hmm.
And so if multiple gods were
No,
knocked out.
this is a great old one.
Hmm.
This is supposed to be way powerful than this is ancient. This is really, really powerful.
I'm trying to figure out how powerful this ancient one could be.
We already have a scope. It
Yeah,
has killed gods.
Yeah,
but exactly.
but
I know.
Breezy says thankfully he's not truly here. Just a piece of him for now, anyway.
If it's just a piece, is it just a piece? Is it still enough to beat him?
You think we could drive back a piece of him?
He says, perhaps.
Okay. Okay, so there's still a chance then.
He says, I think so.
Master, I need you to tell me everything you need to know about your patron so that we can come up with a strategy.
He says, I don't know a lot beyond what I've already said, but I do know that anyone who gets the power from the divine will find they are completely powerless around this thing, this being. They'll find themselves unable to access their magic.
So, is the plan to fight it with non-magic?
She says magic works, just not magic from the divine.
So no divination spells.
She says no, more like any cleric or paladin or even a warlock with a celestial patron will find they are unable to access their magic.
What?
The power from their power will be completely sealed away from them.
That means we're going to be seeing a lot more Devil Shiva in this fight.
Can I even summon my devil self? But my devil self is also a warlock like I am.
Yeah, but warlock from divination spells. Divination magic.
No, I'm gonna be useless in this if I can't access my power. I can only access my wild magic, and it's very weak.
You could use all our magic tools. Even if you can't use your innate magic, you could use magic tools still, I would assume.
That'll still work. It's just magic gained from gods will not function.
So you still use like your staffs and stuff.
The one time I don't want to rely on my devil self on this one. Alright. So that would mean that Schneider and Mail are helpless in this one.
Yep. Those who get their power from the divine are not going to be able to use this time. Or going to have a harder time.
Yeah.
For some reason in my head, I just want a whole collection of just ballistas. Just a mass array of ballistas.
Reese says they wouldn't do anything.
Do we even know where it's breaking through? So we just saw the night sky.
Reese says, I'm gonna figure out where it is now that I know what I'm looking for. I can look around for the presence of my patron.
How much time do we have?
He says we have some time to spare. Just doing what he did will have been very taxing on him, even getting the smallest piece through.
So, I guess we'll have to save the kids' parents first and then deal with this. But we're gonna need a lot of help.
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot to drive back even just a piece of an old one.
Oh crap! I just realized.
What?
I know 2 very powerful wizards.
Are you suggesting Coot?
We might have to.
Ugh.
He may be crazy, but I think he would also not enjoy a ancient evil trying to invade upon his world.
And is the second one his ex-wife? Because
Yep.
there is no way those two are gonna help each other.
Unless they have a common foe.
We might be able to convince him to fight a great old one.
Okay.
It just comes down to how we word it. So.
In that case, then I'm gonna contact Sturge about this too. Let him know.
Oh, he's still here.
Okay.
I'm sure we're having a little meeting with everybody. It's definitely an emergency meeting. There's a great old one currently trying to break into our reality.
And he says, yeah. So he says as much as he'd like to rally his forces, they would be mostly useless against this being.
What about the monks?
The monks are the only ones who would be able to fight.
Okay.
But everyone else will find they're not able to help. Even he
Can we
himself
pull
would be
the
harmless.
Fey Wild?
I don't think the Fey Wild would help. I mean, I don't know what.
We can contact the other druids. See how we can get
Yeah,
their
that would
help.
probably be useful.
Hang on. Can I also say? I want to contact my tribe. I want to ask for their help. If we need fighters, I'm sure they can help us.
Yeah, it might be kind of risky, Kanea.
Hey, it's a great fight, and you guys need help. If this thing comes out here and destroy us, that means they destroy my home and my people. I'm not letting that happen. And I'm sure they won't let that happen either.
If you think that's best.
Of course.
There is one other person I want to see if I can pull into this fight. My teacher.
Abigail?
Yeah.
I don't think she wants to fight. I don't know.
I think she will, though, if we ask. Because this is her world, too. There's nothing more she loves more than...
Okay. I mean, for sure. You dag off?
Yes.
Do you think we might need help with... Do you think my contact Kapaka to help us?
Most likely. I am not quite sure if he's still busy with the other lands, but it's not hurt to ask.
We'd appreciate it if you do ask.
I'm going to also have to check to see if Keith can come in on this. I might need his help on a few things.
Yes. I doubt he won't refuse either one or.
Oh.
We could take the opportunity to contact the Archdruids about this
Yeah.
current doomsday situation.
Yeah.
So Dagoth just writes a letter about explain what's happening. So
Nice.
Eva, would you want to add a message for yourself as well?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, I'll say, hey Kapaka, hope things are going really well at the island. We miss you. And we could really use your help.
That is it.
I think that's all I can say at the moment.
Tell him we got beer. And or crotch.
We got and we got beer. We got beer and or crotch.
My initial thinking was to explain how dire the situation is.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'm gonna do that on the message. You think, Carter, should we get Keith in on this too?
I'm thinking that, especially if I'm going to try to go hunt down Abigail.
Okay. I swear to God, if I'm...
Because Keith and Kobaka have a good relation. So there was anything we could use their dual partnership.
To be honest, Keith is like the heart of the most circles of friends I know.
That is true, though. I have yet to meet him.
You'll love that guy. He's great.
Does he have cactus juice as well?
Oh, he will have all the cactus juice that
He can make
need.
cactus juice, actually. He could probably conjure it.
Delightful. I wonder if he is fond of insects as well.
He might have tried a few of them. I know I have. You know, foraging.
Interesting.
Ranger thing.
Question, Looney.
Uh-huh.
Did, Dobby and Inferna went on vacation already to Snow Globin?
Yep.
Can I still, like, can I still message them or call them?
If you want.
Wait, oh, wait, can they be able to poof back to Snow Globin?
They've got ways of getting back.
Okay, then I'm gonna call upon them.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna explain the situation and that Kaneo wants to recruit her tribe to help fight a piece of a great old one.
Uh-huh. They say they'll relay the message.
Alright, thank you. I guess for now, we just... I guess once we're done contacting everybody we know, I guess we can help the kid rescue his parents in the meantime.
Sounds like a next session thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It is 9 o'clock.
Yep.
Wow,
Next
what a way to end it! A piece of a goddamn it.
I was honestly expecting you to say this thing is called Cthulhu.
Nope.
Oh god, if we had to fight Cthulhu.
It's
No,
Cthulhu.
don't sneeze at this guy.
It's Clam Thulu.
Don't sneeze at Zargon. He's plenty dangerous.
Yeah, I'm assuming Sombra's gonna try to, like, recruit his mob.
Well, we're not gonna fight them directly. We're gonna see if we can like investigate the steal and see if we can close it up or some shit like that.
You know, I mean, we gotta find the seal.
Yep.
But investigating, that's good too. I swear to God, if we made a big deal over nothing in the end, I'm gonna be pissed.
Listen, it's always a big deal when a piece of even when just a piece of a great old one is very powerful.
Yeah, that's true.
It tends to be what happens with